jutro, dober dan, dobrodošli v hiši filma, dobrodošli v imenu Kinoateljeja, dobrodošli na čezmejnem filmskem festivalu Poklon viziji. Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti qua al Festival Cross Border Film Festival Omaggio a una visione, benvenuti in nome del Kinoatelier, soprattutto benvenuti anche nella capitale della cultura, Nova Gorica, Gorizia. I will skip in English so everybody will understand, also our viewers around Europe. So welcome in the name of Kinoatelier, welcome in Cross Border Film Festival. Them. The special one calls Go Green Cinema. It's a project that brings cinema into spaces where they don't have cinema usually, and it was more than 40 projections under the stars this summer, but not only. We also have different workshops where we promote the green and project that will stay for a long time in our region. At least we hope this. But the festival will go on till Sunday. A lot of films from around the world, the films that reflect our society, special our this year we have Belatar, the Hungarian director, and Jervan Janikian, but not just masters. We have a lot of films produced and by authors, young authors, first crossings section. So our mission is always to make a dialogue between cultures, between generations, and films that really reflect our society. But coming back, Go Green Cinema is the project inside which we developed also organized this forum together with Motovila partners, and all of this will not be possible without support from JECT, EZTS. So I would like to invite on the stage Michela Passon to give a welcome. Thank you.
Buongiorno, pozdravljeni, good morning everyone. So I'm very happy to be here today bringing the greetings on behalf of our director, Romina Kocina, and our president, Petiziol, from the European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, GO. So the European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, GO, is working on the territory between Gorizia on the Italian side, Nova Gorica, and Szentpéter-Wertőbe on the Slovenian side, and we are working on cross-border cooperation since 2011. Within the framework of the European Capital of Culture, the AGTC is managing actually the financement of small projects on the territory that supports the program of the European Capital of Culture and aims at financing projects not only on the territory of Gorizia and Nova Gorica, that are European Capital of Culture this year, but also on the broader territory on the border between Italy and Slovenia. It was therefore with great pleasure that we, within the first call of the small project fund, we supported the project Go Green Cinema, project led by Kinoatelier together with Motovila. This project has successfully built a network of partners across the border area, promoting access to film and screenings throughout the Italian and Slovenian border region, including different smaller and remote communities. The value of this initiative is also actually lies in the bridges it builds between Italian and Slovenian partners, and the lasting collaborations that will remain on the territory, we hope, and also after the European Capital of Culture 2025. We are also delighted that in this the project addresses also many actual themes, as for example the sustainability, that in the important theme as sustainability is, and also artificial intelligence, I think, today. So thank you, and I wish everyone a great and inspiring day, and I'm sure it will be really interesting and constructive. Thank you.
And hello. Of cooperation in the culture and creative sector. I would like to, everybody good morning in Gorizia, but also online. I know that quite some colleagues around Europe are following us via streaming, thanks to European Network of Creative Europe Desks, which Motovila is a member of. So thank you to our dear partner Keynote, and of course without our partner it would not be possible to organize this forum. So welcome everybody to our international forum titled Sustainable and Digital Transition for Creativity. And Michela posed a kind of question at the end of her welcome, but at the end of our event it will be very crystal clear that the topic of new technologies, AI in particular, and environmental sustainability are very much connected. So we are really thrilled that we are organizing this event during the Cross-Border Film Festival, Tribute to a Vision, and of course during and within the program of European Capital of Culture, Nova Gorica, Gorizia. I will just briefly introduce you to the forum's topic so that later our moderators will jump immediately into it with our dear guests. So with this forum we are trying to open up space for in-depth reflection on the digital future of the culture sector, and connecting creativity, technology, and also social as well as environmental responsibility. We all know, it's obvious to everybody, that AI is developing at a lightning speed and already transforming the ways we create, distribute, and experience culture. But this forum is not a tech-oriented event. It is a meeting of people from culture and creative sectors, those who tell stories, create meaning, and build connections and bridges between people and across sectors. As artificial intelligence evolves, so do the ethical, social, and environmental questions that accompany it. And this is precisely what we are here today, to explore these questions together. So our forum brings diverse perspectives, at least we try to, from researchers, artists, policymakers, and culture professionals, to reflect on what AI means particularly for the culture and creative sectors. Our aim today is not to showcase latest AI tools or technical innovation, so this is not the place for it, but we really want to reflect on what this technological shift means for culture and creativity. How can we ensure that this technology supports culture and creative workers rather than replaces them? How do we keep it fair, transparent, and sustainable? Is it possible at all? How will AI influence artistic freedom, creative work, and our understanding of authorship? We believe that to face these challenges, we need to move from resistance to resilience, from fear of technology to informed and responsible engagement with it. This means understanding how AI works, questioning its use, and shaping its development so that it remains transparent, fair, and sustainable. We hope that today's discussion will help us all see the transformation not only as a challenge but also as an opportunity to strengthen cooperation across disciplines, to share knowledge, and to imagine together a digital and environmentally sustainable future that remains deeply human. Thank you for joining us, and again thank you to our colleagues from European Creative Europe Desk Networks across 40 European countries. And now it only remains to me to invite our dear colleague Jana R Wilcoxon to the stage to take over the moderation and facilitation of the forum. Thank you, Jana.
Thank you, Mattea. Hello, everyone. Just a minute while I set up. Welcome, dear guests and participants and online viewers. Thank you. Today's forum is the fourth in a series of events that Motivilla has been organizing since April 2019. In this series, we've explored mobility for creativity in 2019 and 2023. So that means both pre and post-pandemic. We looked at how mobility, what are the challenges for mobility in terms of sustainability and environmental issues, and how creativity and our cultural work needs that sustained mobility. As well as looking at creativity for sustainability, looking at the broader issues of sustainability, including social and economic sustainability in the field, and that was in 2022. In those events, like I said, we've looked at mobility, greening, sustainability, and how the culture and creative sectors are innovatively responding to the inherent challenges faced not only by the field, but by the larger society, as well as the culture and creative sectors leading the way in raising awareness and massaging mindsets and creating common practices, not just in the CCC, but among audiences and even across other sectors. Today, we turn our focus, as the other speakers have said, to artificial intelligence, more precisely to generative AI, and we'll touch slightly on discriminative and operative AI as well. In this endeavor, we'll ask how, and even if, echo, ghost in the machine, how these tools can contribute to the development of culture and creativity without threatening the environment, the autonomy of creators, or the quality of life for all. So we're not just interested in how can artificial intelligence make our lives easier and better. And we might ask, can it even? We'll also examine the pitfalls and gray areas that demand our discern and attention. What does responsible AI for creativity look like? What skills and knowledge does it demand from us? And how can we ensure that AI supports people instead of replacing them, and that its impact remains fair and responsible, or as some would argue, becomes fair and responsible? Because when we pull back the curtain, like Toto in The Wizard of Oz, we see many discrepancies and downsides. So, as Mattea mentioned, if you've come here looking to learn the technical aspects of how to use AI tools, well, sadly, you're in the wrong place. Like she said, we want this to be a discussion amongst people like yourself who are working in culture, maybe using AI, maybe dabbling in it, maybe full in, maybe resisting it, and understand what are the reasons behind that and how can we inform each other and inspire each other in our endeavors further. And like I said, we'll consider the why of AI in a broader sense and ponder how we can actively shape our attitude, dare I say, relationship to the development and use of AI tools that takes into account the whole picture. And here, I should add a caveat, because in fact, there is one aspect of AI and large language models that we as the programming committee have decided not to focus on today, despite its relevance and utter urgency, and that is copyright and related rights. We can all agree, I believe, that to appropriately examine this comprehensive topic, we would need at least a 2-day forum dedicated just to this question in all its complexity. And I hope that my colleagues at IPA and other collective management organizations aren't turning a blind eye on me right now. So as you listen to today's speakers, do keep this aspect in the back of your minds and know that while it won't be our focus, it's still an urgent question. And I'm going to give you a little metaphor here. It's kind of like when you try to eat that famous Slovenian dessert, kremšnita. You know, that multi-layered custard cream cake sandwiched between the top and bottom layer of flaky crust? If you want to cut into this cake with only your fork or your spoon, the top pastry layer does all sorts of behavior that gets in the way of reaching the rest of the cake. So when you do manage to reach the bottom layer, it is somehow easier to cut. It's kind of squished down under that custard, right? But what about that top layer? Many recommend taking it off and putting it on the side. Others recommend using a sharp knife to cut your cake into smaller, bite-sized morsels. If we think about copyright issues as that top layer, that without the knife of knowledge and legal expertise and time, we would not be able to cut through. We will put it to the side, all the while knowing that while we're eating the cake, the rest of the cake, it's somewhat different than originally intended with that top layer. So I hope that works. If we continue with this culinary metaphor, we'll now turn our attention to the custard and the cream, the social, ethical, and environmental impacts of generative artificial intelligence, particularly as they relate to the cultural and creative sectors. Knowing that copyright and also authorship play a profound role, but we won't dig into that today. Today we will touch on maybe a little bit on issues of authorship, as you hear from our panelists later. Okay, disclaimers, culinary metaphors aside, I'd like to tell you about the structure of our program. So when I shut up here, you'll hear our keynote address from Dr. Angus Finney. In his talk entitled Back to the Future, What Can We Learn About Generative Artificial Intelligence from the Screen Entertainment Industries, Dr. Finney will highlight 5 key concepts that he sees as crucial for navigating the terrain ahead of us and indeed for further shaping it. Next, we will have our first panel discussion starting at around 10:30, during which we'll hear from 4 international guests representing different areas, from cultural heritage and cultural policy and civic participation to music, festivals, and film. Our guests will address the broader ethical, environmental, and social aspects of generative AI, especially as they relate to our work in the CCS. Following the first panel, we'll have a short, and I repeat, short coffee break, 15 minutes, okay? Be on time, because we're streaming, right? And then we'll reconvene for our second panel on generative AI for sustainable future with perspectives from sector representatives who will go a little more deeply into how they're approaching it, what are the issues in specific sectors. So we'll look at how AI can strengthen accessibility and resilience across creative disciplines, and we'll have panelists in the second panel representing publishing, visual art, robotics, animation, and digital storytelling. And they'll offer insights into how technology can support greener workflows, fairer value chains, and new creative possibilities. After the second panel, I'll come back for a brief wrap-up of the key points raised by our guests today and the questions that we might carry forward as we continue our discussions over lunch. For now, I'd like to introduce you to our keynote. Dr. Angus Finney is a British researcher, lecturer, and film producer, recognized internationally as a leading voice at the intersection of film and artificial intelligence. A fellow at the University of Cambridge and CEO of Dancing Fox Entertainment, he has long examined the shifting dynamics of screen sector value chains. His latest work, Human in the Loop, AI and the Film Value Chain, commissioned by Cine Regio and the British Film Institute, looks at how AI reshapes decision-making and creativity. Finney combines academic insight with decades of production experience to ask how we can safeguard artistic and ethical integrity while harnessing technological progress. He joins us today via a pre-recorded video, and on that we'll have Slovenian and Italian subtitles. So, turn it over. Maki.
Welcome to my keynote, Back to the Future. What can we learn about generative artificial intelligence from the screen entertainment industries? Well, it's a pleasure to be asked to deliver this keynote address about the advance of artificial intelligence. Though like so many of us, I also feel something of an imposter. One of the least technically minded people of my generation, I'm somewhat bemused by my odyssey into the digital world of large language models, reinforcement learning, and what I call the age of the algo, meaning the tyranny of algorithms that push and prompt us into clicking across the internet's content carousel. My recent work at Cambridge University and with the British Film Institute, including a book aptly titled Human in the Loop, AI and the Film Value Chain, produced by Cine Regio and Proof of Concept, an e-learning platform I'm launching this year, raises a range of pressing questions and real concerns. Today I'm going to address some of those challenges facing the creative industries. And I'll also draw wider parallels that are deeply relevant for all of us, no matter what sector and what kind of work occupies our minds and bodies, hearts and souls. I'm going to focus on what I'm going to call the 5 A's: autonomy, augmentation, adoption, authenticity, and alignment. Notice, I didn't include abundance in this list. The jury is still out on promises of perpetual AI growth and corresponding universal riches. Instead, I'm going to demonstrate how far we may well be away from the true and critical goal of alignment with AI, given how its adoption in the film industry is panning out so far. And when we read or hear these A words, often spat out by hyped up media, we may think we understand how they relate to various forms and tools of AI. But frankly, most of us don't. Just as 90% of the world using tools like ChatGPT have no idea how the bots really work. So before I dig in, let's get a few myths out of the way. The first killer fact to stress is that AI is not a new kind of ubiquitous magic. Today's deeply powerful AI machines, trained by vast, and in my opinion, and I'm far from alone, stolen copyrighted goods and works, are most definitely not sentient. Furthermore, while my keynote will not explore critical issues around copyright and the great scrape carried out by the architects of AI of creative, artistic and literary works, I'd urge you all to remain vigilant about the significance of copyright as it plays out from the courtrooms to cinemas over the coming months. But I digress. Let's get back to sentience and the fact that AI has no feelings. That said, AI machines can appear and sound deeply human. They've been built, designed, and trained by us, and on us. Yes, humans. So it's hardly surprising that they tend to mirror ourselves. AI machines have an amazing ability to mimic human behavior that may appear conscious, but in fact they are simply following a machine learning program built and prescribed by us, at least for now. Nor do the neural networks offer a shred of that grounding human trait that we call common sense. Or many of the AI hallucinations and overt and often more subtle biased outputs would be self-corrected rather than delivered in an authoritative, confident manner that to the less informed seem factual rather than fiction. And I work in the land of fiction, storytelling, and I'm absolutely of a mind that AI outputs can be extraordinarily useful across an array of tasks when the inputs are well framed. But please do not believe the hype cycle. We need to focus on the tools, the tasks, and the challenges at hand. Let's start with my first A, automation. Understanding AI's role in the workplace and what makes it so different from past automation requires us all to make a fundamental shift in thinking. What I've learned is it's a case of not what AI can do, but what it should do. Yes, machines can do autonomous, automatic tasks that are already replacing unskilled workers' jobs. And with the rise of AI agents, any white-collar work that is somewhat standardized, is going to be amenable to managers to replace with agents. Cheaper, faster, more efficient goes the argument. In the film industry, my research and practice as a working executive producer has made me consider how to weigh the value of autonomous tasks across the value chain. For example, ChatGPT tools can generate prolific numbers of story, character and plot ideas compared to the lonely screenwriter's output. We loosely call this the ideation process. But asking Gen AI to do the initial lifting is deeply unwise. A storyteller needs to have something to say and an authentic voice to say it with. And while more ideas for movies can seem seductive, more is not necessarily good. Judgment and selection are what makes the early stages of a film in development have the potential to grow into a truly arresting experience. Here I stress the importance of what I call creative autonomy, the human at the center of the creative loop. True creative talent is a flight risk. Highly creative humans have unique and non-transferable skills, and so do commissioners, curators, and arbiters of quality and taste. When storytellers and filmmakers use AI tools, they need to ensure that the inputs match their intended outputs. And just because tools in planning, production, and post-production are fast, and often very supportive, does not necessarily mean that they're more efficient. There's a growing evidence that speed kills creativity, just like driving a car much too fast. We need to balance AI implementation with the unfiltered vision of filmmakers, storytellers, and creative producers. Audiences don't want substitute realities. They want truly prototypical and authentic, emotionally charged experiences. The truly creative work is organised around creatively managed projects, not studios and streaming platform executives. But let's dig a little deeper here. Unlike the Silicon Valley fairy tale, alongside large language models and now large action models, I see a need to identify with the challenges storytellers, creative directors and producers and actors really face. The evidence is that eureka, or what we call aha moments, are deeply and singularly human. Creativity involves imagination, cognition, and acts such as exercising judgment, the trusting of our gut instincts, and externalizing words and scripts into images and light, which are all critical to the process of making great films and shows. Not the ubiquitous slop that now fills more than 50% of the internet screens since the start of this year. Now let's examine my second A, augmentation. While automation implies that machines take over a human task, augmentation means that humans collaborate much more closely with machines when performing a task. Terms such as co-piloting are being well applied in the creative industries, in particular by producers when combining tools with an augmented human-in-the-loop approach. A good example is the work well aided by Gen AI when a film producer starts to package and position their project for the market. I've worked closely with Midjourney, as many of you have, in building creative decks adorned with images of characters and universes yet to see the light of day. This process is not just about cost saving. It's genuinely enabling and rewarding to see so many creative entrepreneurs, project managers, push the boundaries of their vision and help raise finance needed to turn dreams into reality. The positive aspect of this approach is that we learn from the machines and the machines learn from us. A truly reflexive model rather than reductionist and binary. What we're adding to the augmented process is all those human senses, perceptions, emotions and social skills required to make key decisions, and in my industry, work with complex creative talent such as writers and directors. But the danger for all of us is when management focuses narrowly on automation, attracted by its short-term cost and speed efficiencies, and don't invest in time, training, and the experimentation required to reap the rewards of the augmented approach to AI. After all, the leaders and managers of tomorrow need somewhere to start their careers. Pull away the low rungs of the learning ladder, and all AI has done is build a trap for your company rather than a talent pool. Now for my third A, adoption. What I've observed across the creative industries is a deeply fragmented and uneven adoption of a vast array of AI tools. My study of the AI use across the film value chain shows more than 60 different tools being used, from ideation to marketing, scheduling to special effects. That's a lot of choice. So much so that there's evidence of AI's paralyzing effect rather than creative enhancement across the board. I've also witnessed various examples of multiple tools under one roof. What we call in the film industry the suite approach. It's dazzling to be taken through a Da Vinci AI editing suite and witness the dexterity and speed of image generation and realize, for example, how traditional animation techniques and crafts are being usurped by the large animation action models on offer. Yet what my research also shows is that most creatives are not sold on a one-stop, fix-it-all solution. Creatives like to pick and mix their tools rather than being locked into a workflow with one set of colours to paint with. On a more fundamental level, we all need to start differentiating between the rapid development of AI skills and methods, the flashy displays of what AI can do in the lab, and what comes from the actual adoption and application. There's a warning here. Nearly all other technologies have lagged behind for decades before full adoption or deadly decline. Adoption is not just about the use of tools, it's also about how we choose to spend our time. AI algorithms are used the world over to curate the content that people see online. The big unintended consequence of this data mining and recommendation push model is the creation of filter bubbles, whereby we are only shown content that matches our own options and our own opinions and our viewing history. The clear issue here is a world of mediocrity, just more of the same, and the homogenization and flatlining of our choices. That moment where the wall of Netflix or Amazon Prime options blur into a slurry of grey content rather than exciting choices. And algorithms divide us rather than bring us together. What used to be the collective home entertainment experience, gathered around the metaphorical fireplace with the storytelling TV set, is now a very hard moment to pull off. We've all had that moment at Christmas where somebody says, "Let's watch something on Netflix." 25 minutes later, nobody can agree, the kids have disappeared to their rooms and their video games, and the grandparents have all fallen asleep. My worry is that if we're guided and driven into a narrow set of choices, we become increasingly limited and veer away from a growth mindset and from a curious, engaged, and alert existence. The other concern about algorithms is that they mitigate against risk massively. Backing new talent, voices and formats are now less and less likely, as such new and fresh creative talents are not supported by historical data sets. So in the film industry, the power law of 80-20 is being subverted to more like a 95-5 imbalance today. That's not healthy, and again drives opportunities away from the next generation. Which brings us to my fourth A, authenticity. Let's go back to the campfire many moons ago, where a captive audience sits around a glowing focal point, listening to the narrator telling a story. They're in the moment, connected and spellbound of what comes next. Today's audiences share the same innate desire to learn about the world, the same emotional connections that help us make sense of our place on this planet. And as the great Nigerian author Ben Okri points out, storytelling is the highest form of technology. And humans today are searching increasingly for that shared experience, that event, that moment of authenticity that adds value and validity to our lives. It's no surprise that physical media, the vinyl resurgence, the revival of vintage, even the continued importance of the printed novel, are regaining status in a world of derivative, cheapened slop and distraction. I believe we may, just possibly, now be entering the age of authenticity as opposed to the age of the algo. And now for my fifth and final A, alignment. This is the big question and the omnipotent challenge of our times. In a practical sense, we've seen an array of AI capabilities that are both compelling yet uneven. Sometimes the machines can exceed our expectations, and yet at other times they can frustrate us with fabrications. In summary, we are now surrounded by AI tools and programs that act and sound very much like us, but with that nagging doubt that they aren't quite human. Indeed, riffing on one of the most famous sci-fi franchises in the last century, it's as if we've invented an alien mind. But how do we make sure that the alien is friendly and compatible. This is what I and others call the alignment problem. And with that level of existential risk to ensure that AI serves rather than hurts humankind, let's see how we're doing on the key factors required to bring it all into line, or alignment. Human in the Loop raises the importance of responsible AI, including a range of ethical issues. But they are not the same. Ethics, and a company's ethical code of conduct, for example, can be broadly claimed and vaguely adopted. Remember, do no evil, Google's mantra way back, or Mark Zuckerberg's move fast and break things. Exactly. Responsible AI points to a framework that is transparent, binding, and potentially bridge building, addressing both ethical dilemmas and key responsibilities in AI content generation, information sharing, and decision making needs to be embedded into all organizations, not just creative dream factories. Less lip service and more adoption of responsible frameworks for integrating AI systems within our organizations, governments, and daily lives would address some of the confusion that we're confronted with right now. And let's be blunt. Regulation remains an inconsistent mess with varying approaches and rules, ranging from Japan's no rules at all to the US's laissez-faire free market and fair use approach, all baked in to back the bogus AI arms race with China and bolster those powerful titans of tech. Europe remains more cautious, but the EU suffers from better intentions and significantly less teeth to enforce the intended guardrails. Training and upskilling and cross-generational professional development is vital. Each and every manager should ensure that their workforce is fit, primed and curious to understand and oversee new AI-driven and supported roles and responsibilities, including training for prompting and co-piloting skills, for example. But that's just the start. The bigger task is the psychological and anthropological challenge, namely how to build trust, loyalty, and confidence in your workforce in a deeply uncertain world. Yet most managers have barely begun. To summarize, we all need to adapt or die. This was the blunt advice I received 3 years ago from the great filmmaker Terry Gilliam's co-writer Tony Grisoni when I embarked on my AI odyssey. My advice to you all is to be curious, vigilant, and ask plenty of questions, and garner knowledge of how AI works, deeply. Don't become codependent on the tools, no matter how seductive they can be, and engage your critical mind and analytical skills when harnessing the powerful and often supportive toolkits. And beware the hype cycle. As the godfather of AI and Nobel Prize winner, my fellow Briton Geoffrey Hinton warned us recently, a few people will grow very rich thanks to AI, and the rest of us may well end up poorer. No matter where you sit, it's clear that a few individuals have great plans for the rest of us, which starts to sound like a plot for a Hollywood movie. But be warned, as the great Irish poet W.B. Yeats reminded us, in dreams begins responsibilities. Thank you.
Okay, it's hard to follow that up. What I would like to do before we start the next panel, I just want to let Maki know that we need to dial in our guest Anna, yeah? And while you do that, I'm going to ask for some audience participation. Isn't that great? That's the human in the loop, right? How many of you are using AI in your daily work? Would you say? Raise your hand, don't be shy. Everybody, almost everybody. Who's not using it? Who's never, or who's used it once or twice and be like, no, not for me. Great. Yeah, okay, super. Who's using mostly text generation tools, ChatGPT, Claude, other things? A lot, yeah. Who's using visual generation tools, Midjourney, DALL-E? Video generation tools? Voice generation tools, operative AI, not just generative, but operative maybe, more robotic. Yeah, Ivan's using robotics. Who's using their own models? Besides Ivan. Super, yep. Okay, great. Nice. Who's paying for their AI tools? Okay. Who's using it in film and video production, screen industry? Who's using it in publishing? Who's using it in theater, performing arts context? Cultural heritage? Cultural management, policy making?
Hello.
Okay. Oh, Anna. Hello. Great. Thank you for that input. I think it helps us maybe to see where we are in the discussion. So, hello,
I'm
Anna.
now?
You're coming up. I'm just about to introduce you.
Ah, I'm
Anna.
online.
Super.
Okay,
Hello,
because
hello,
I don't
hi.
see the rest. Hello, how are you?
So, hi, Anna. So this is Anna. She's joining us from Barcelona.
I'm sorry, I don't see anyone. It just, I mean,
One moment, Anna.
okay. Okay, hello.
So before Anna starts.
Okay.
hold
So
on.
I won't see
Yeah.
anyone,
Yeah,
just
just a
you,
second,
which is
Anna.
amazing. But
Can you hear me?
okay, so
Just one moment.
so I'm ready to present already.
This is great.
I
Just
can
one
start my
moment.
presentation now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Marcus? Okay, great. I love it. Okay, Anna.
I can start sharing. Okay, I am sending you the request. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay, let me just
second.
give a context for Anna before she starts. She's a filmmaker. She's joining us from Barcelona. She's working at a company, Artefacto, and they're actually creating their own AI tools for use in the filmmaking industry and for is particularly using discriminative AI, which she'll explain further. And she's also going to give us a little bit of insight into how and where people are using AI in their work. She's, I don't know, I should say she's a great producer, researcher, and awarded filmmaker.
1 second, sorry. 1 second, sorry.
No
It
worries.
always happens. The same. Because I'm trying to, okay. Well,
Great.
I think now
There's your screen.
you're able to see the presentation.
Anna,
You can see the
you.
presentation
Yeah,
now?
you can start now.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm sorry that I cannot join you on the stage today, but I will start with this short introduction of who we are and the work that we do. My name is Anna. I'm from Barcelona. I'm the co-founder of Artefacto, which is a center for research and production in cinema and technology. And we are based in Barcelona alongside with Jorge Caballero. So we mostly produce films and do research on films. And also we teach in several universities and we love research. And as Sabina said, we are doing our own tools for either streaming some processes or trying to augment our creativity. That's some of the things that I will tackle today. So mostly I would explain a little bit how we work with AI in our own projects. And I would like to start beyond the hype of generative AI because mostly we only listened about generative AI and it's the only machine learning system that it seems that it's the only one out there. But mostly what we use the most in our projects is what we call, and it's called discriminative AI. What it means and what is the difference between one and the other. So discriminative AI, it's kind of the two sides of the same coin. Generative AI would not exist without discriminative AI. So discriminative AI, mostly it's a part of these analytical systems and these algorithms that understands the content, right? It do not generate the content, it understands and allows you to analyze it. So we use it for several things. I will go with the examples now, but just to have an idea. First, we need to understand that AI, I think it's a bad name, AI, because it's mostly advanced statistic systems. So it's really powerful algorithms that are really, really good in extracting patterns and allow us to work with huge amount of data. It doesn't matter what kind of data. It can be audio, it can be video, it can be text, it can be code, anything that a computer can ingest. So, for example, it allows us to extract patterns in a huge amount of data. It allows us to analyze data of any kind. It allows us to create a huge and super powerful search and classification systems. Imagine this in a museum, in a library, in any kind of place where they deal with this huge amount of data. It allows us to explore this relationship between data, and it allows us also to simplify the process. So let's go to an example. For example,
recording in progress.
Okay, recording in progress. Okay, I allow. So this is a script, okay? And normally we see it this way, right? As when we are as script writers, and we do it this way vertically, right? From left to right, from top to bottom. So with this technology, it allows us to see the text in a really different way. And I'm talking about the script because it's my field, but you can really apply it to any kind of text, like a huge report of many, many pages. We can see it, for example, in this way. In this case, in the script, we create this our own application. With this app, we are able to analyze our own script. Here you can see, for example, how we can see it in a very visual way. We can understand every time that a core theme that is important for our film, for example, here it's about science, when these core themes of science appears in the timeline. So we can see it really visually. And it allows us, again, to interact with the same information, but in a way that allows us to understand more deeply or in a different way. Or for example, like this. We can understand the rhythm of the scenes that we just wrote by counting the words, for example. So we can understand if we are stable or if it makes any sense at all. And we do the same with the films when we are in these last stages of editing, that sometimes we really need to get distance from the materials and see it from another perspective. So we create this grid. So instead of seeing the film in a timeline, in a linear way, we can see it in a grid in a 2D way. So all these systems are called distant viewing, that allows us, again, to see the same materials from another perspective. Or for example, this way, we can see the film in a line to understand the saturation of the film, the contrast, any kind of characteristic that you want to highlight. You can understand it in a more quantifiable way. So it's really, really useful. So another way that we created in this tool is that we can understand the content of each images, not the relationship between them, that this is what I just showed, if not the content. It allows to understand how many times a person appears, how many times an object appears, etc., etc. So we use it to understand the balances between characters, for example, but it has many, many uses, because what we need really to understand is that those systems are really, really good in understanding the content of an image or a video. It can describe perfectly what is inside the image. It's extracting the information. So then you can apply it to, for example, huge amount of archive. You have a huge amount of archive. This is one project that we did because we needed to analyze like thousands of hours of speeches, of political speeches. So in this way, we were just ingesting the videos of hundreds of hours. And with the system, we were able to understand what was happening in those videos without watching them all. We just were like, okay, we want to understand when it's talking about education, for example. And then we could extract just that information from all these hours and just go towards what we really needed. So again, those systems are really useful, and this discriminative AI, it's really useful to understand the content of any kind of data, and it's really helpful for us. It allows us to create projects and to streamline some processes. So from discriminative part, I'm done, but I will explain just 2 minutes more, because I really wanted to explain how we use generative AI, because my talk today, it's not only about how we use it in a creative way. Also, I want to highlight a lot that since we are using generative AI, we are really creating new job opportunities. And meaning that we can do this way. We can create the opportunities to use these technologies to augment our capacities, not just to automate everything. And this is, I think, it's the most important thing for me today to transfer. So when this technology came in 2024, we created this program, which is called Open Docs, alongside with one startup called Runway. So we create some grants that we were giving money and resources to many documentary filmmakers so they could create short films, and we were doing the executive production and accompany them to understand what was the best way to use this technology. And they were very successful. Also, we create another short film that now it was premiering in New York Film Festival last week. It will be in ITFA in a few weeks. I hope you can join us there. So, and also we create another film that for us, it's really nice because it's the Lumen Prize finalist, and it really allows us to start entering into doing fiction, because we mostly come from documentary filmmaking. So really for us, in this sense, it's being a tool that it's allowing our capacity, it's helping us to grow and to explore new terrains. And all these projects have been done with a lot of people, a lot of new roles that we needed. And it's like we are talking pieces of 10 minutes with more or less 10, 15 people involved. So again, it's our choice how we use it. And just like a final remark, because it's interesting, this data that will allow us to open up the conversation if you want, but with examples, because I think we are in a moment that we need to talk about this technology with what is happening now already, not what will happen in the next 10 years, of course, but we already have some data. So just some really facts about labor and social responsibility that I think they are important. There is one paper from Stanford that it's called Canaries in the Coal Mine. Canaries, ironically, they were using the mines because they were the first dying when there was some problem with carbon monoxide. So mostly this paper studies the changes in the labor market for occupation exposed to generative AI using frequency administrative data from the largest payroll software provider in the States. And it's really new. It's from August 2025. And mostly, I think the most interesting finding is that employment is declining for early career workers that are not adopting AI. And employment in more experienced workers in the same roles remain stable, or it's growing. So the impact mostly is driven when these tools are used to automatize, not to augment. When it's using to augment the capabilities of the people, as you have seen in our projects, the labor and the work tends to be augmentative. So it's really on our hand how we really decide to use this technology. And just to finish, I wanted to to just last sentence, because really, if we look back at history, we will understand that every time that technology advance happen, the prosperity, it was not automatic. So let me read this sentence and I will finish now. 1,000 years of history and contemporary evidence make one thing abundantly clear. There is nothing automatic about new technologies bringing widespread prosperity. Shared prosperity is more likely when countervailing powers hold entrepreneurs and technology leaders accountable and push production methods and innovation in a more work-friendly direction. Work-friendly, environmental-friendly. So I really suggest a lot if you want to read this book, so we can understand from the past when one technology was so disruptive, what happened when and how people organize with the key people taking decisions, technology designers, people in the society, institutions. So we are in a moment that we really need to understand that we can design the technology, because let's remember that AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. It's made by people, it's made by natural resources, and it should be made for people. So thanks a lot, and I hope we can continue the conversation.
Where did she go? She disappeared. There you are, Anna. Hello. Can you hear me, Anna? Is there a camera for
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
I don't see
great.
anyone, but I
Thank
can
you
hear
so
you.
much, Anna. Everybody's very happy to have your presentation, and I would just like to ask you a couple follow-up questions, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Because your process is really fascinating, and I can see how it gives you the ability to absorb and process huge amounts of data in a different way. And what I felt when I was listening to that, I thought, okay, well, where's the blood, sweat, and tears now in your work process? Because if everything is kind of simplified and streamlined in that way, where are you putting the hours that, before you would do that manually, you would look at all those, you would watch those, you would have an experience of sorting through that, of feeling, of watching all those videos and then determining what was important. So how has that shifted, and what is the impact on you as a filmmaker? I'm really curious about that aspect.
That's a really nice question. Thanks a lot. So, yeah, I would say that rather that I put the time in another thing, it's a project that we were not able to do because we didn't have the resources to do, or even the budget, the people to do. So mostly that I'm putting, now I can do those projects. Before I was not able to do them mostly. So mostly, and I'm coming from more independent production, so I will always talk from this side. Of course, I'm not representing the majors or or the big players, which they tend to use it more for the automatization. So for us, it's helping us in this sense, to be able to expand our boundaries and to do projects that before we were not able to do. So mostly I'm putting time in, of course, collaborating with a machine, because of course it allows us to understand this data, but then you need to put a lot of time also to understand the findings, also to check if it was correct or not. So the human in the loop, it's super important always. So for me, it's just a kind of a tool that allows me to go beyond and to do more complex stuff.
So I really hear that it's about the augmentation, and that you feel that it's actually giving you another capacity that you wouldn't have otherwise, and you're still, because you're still in the loop, you still have this authentic experience of it. How is it about alignment when Dr. Finney speaks about alignment? Or do you see any issues still here or in the broader filmmaking sector that you might want to address as a someone as an independent filmmaker using tools and somehow adapting them to your own needs and expanding upon them? How could you?
So yeah, for example, talking from this more independent side, I think there is there is a lot of there is not a lot of knowledge on how the technology works, so people really is not using it a lot. So I think it's a pity, because even though there are a lot of problems with this technology that I'm sure you already talk or we can discuss in terms of environmental, etc., really, if we use it this way, it's a tool that can allow to independent production companies to be more competitive in this difficult world. So what I see is that there is a lot of distance, because there is all this copyright issue that is still not solved. So there is a lot of prevention in using it. So I think it's there is a huge barrier yet, that at least in Spain, and what I've seen in the rest of Europe, because we are traveling a lot in Europe, in festivals or in schools, because we are teaching there. So I see mostly this, that we need to surpass this barrier to understand better this technology and to use it, because there are many data that reflects this point, that people that never use the technology is super afraid of it. And the people that start using it and understand how to use it critically, engaging critically in this way. I don't want ChatGPT to write a script for me. That's not what I want, or anyone in the industry wants that. I want, a tool that helps me when I'm stuck, when all my pals are tired of me, of listening to my doubts on my script. I want a tool that helps me to be better in research, if I don't have all the resources. So it's really clear that. So what we really need is to create those spaces. That's why it's important. So for people to understand how to use it in the most human, ethical, and responsible way.
Great. Thank you. I have just one more follow-up question before we go on to the other panelists. And that is because I hear that you're really using it in a way that's empowering you and your team, and you're working to share that vision along with your questions that you hold and your critical approach. And I think one of the ideas that's come up as we've been putting together the forum is this concept of AI literacy, not about how to use it. It's not about how to read, but how to think about what you read. If we look, kind of pull the metaphor that we use, that we're critical in our approach. And I think that you're in a very good position, because you have access to younger generations through teaching. And in the slide that you put up about the article or the study about the canaries in the coal mine and the effect that it's having on young people, the younger generation and their careers, but at the same time, older generations are actually increasing in employment. And I know that that is very true. I have a friend in the States, her daughter's 27, she studied UX design, user interface design, and she's out of a job. She cannot find a job in her industry, and she has to pivot. And so this is a real thing. But I feel like you're bringing this experience from the old school way of filmmaking, maybe, and translating it through the artificial intelligence approach and conveying to younger generation a way or a pathway to integrate those two modalities. Can you speak just a little bit about that, or how you see that role functioning, and what would be AI literacy if you were to sum it up in 2 or 3 concepts?
Yeah, of course, it's super key. That's why I wanted to finalize with that report, because this is what, as you mentioned, this is what I see like every day. Because who is more interested in learning this technology? It's not the younger generation. So it's interesting to read this in relation with the findings of the paper, because the workshops that besides from the university, the workshops, when we do workshops, then people call us like, hey, we want to understand this, which is production companies, film studies. They are like my age, you know, people that understand that, okay, this is like, we have a new tool that we need to know how it works when digital cinema arrive also. So they are really keen to understand and to learn. And the new generations, when I'm teaching in the university, I don't know if it's because they found it more normal, that they are not so excited as we. Like, wow, for us it's like, wow, it's changing everything. It's changing really the way we relate with the materials. It's really changing our methodologies. I work differently when I plan a film with AI or when I plan a film without AI. So it's really changing a lot. So I'm just, you know, wow, I'm just living the same moment as when photography started or internet, you know, but now I'm older. But I think that younger generations see it like as a threat, as a thing that it's not human. They really just want to be with humans and work with humans. They are really, you know, fed up of screens. And so I think it's a bunch of things, but really this non-interest in this technology, I think it's also related to this difficult access to the employment as well. So I really think it's important that this literacy and this kind of passion and engaging in a critical way should be in the universities. I think it's really important.
Okay, thank you, Anna. You'll stay with us, right, for the rest of the discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure.
Great.
Yeah.
So with that, I'd like to introduce the rest of our panelists and we're gonna continue this extension and kind of response to Dr. Finney's keynote by expanding on the lens with his 5 A's. And we'll explore how different corners of the cultural and creative sectors are grappling with AI's promises and dilemmas. So like you've heard from Anna, so looking at the environmental footprint of digital tools to the ethics of authorship, transparency, and social impact. So on our panel, we also have, sorry, let me scroll down. Marco Fiore, who is a policy expert and advocate for digital rights in the cultural and creative sectors. He has worked extensively on EU-level frameworks addressing ethical AI, cultural heritage, and the digital transformation, contributing to conversations around fair access, data governance, and creator rights. And he's working particularly with Michael Cultural Association in the field of cultural heritage, and is the coordinator of the digital rights action. What is the exact name of the group? Culture Action Europe. He's involved in this topic as well. And he has a specialization in ethics and AI. So I'd like to bring Marco up to have a seat. And I'm gonna introduce all 3 of the other panelists, and then we'll hear from each of them. Yeah, so have a seat. Next we have Gwendolyn Sharp. She's the founder of The Green Room, a nonprofit dedicated to sustainability in the arts and cultural sectors. Her work focuses on reducing the environmental footprint of creative production, advocating for low carbon practices, and helping organizations integrate sustainability and digital responsibility into their workflows. And she's particularly active in the field of music and music festivals, especially. So Gwen, please come join us. And we have Filip Dobranic from Slovenia, and he's a researcher, civic technologist, and cultural commentator known for his work with Danes je nov dan, today is a new day, on the social and cultural implications of digital technologies, among many other things. And his projects explore how technology intersects with democracy, creativity, and community ethics, questioning who benefits and who is left out of technological progress. So Philip, please join us. So I'm gonna go sit down, and then I'm gonna ask Marco first to tell us a bit about his. So you can either do it sitting down with the microphone or standing up. Which do you like?
Better now? Yes. I'll stay seated so that we switch a bit the confirmation. So hello everyone. I'm really honored to be here and thank you for the invitation. And I was really looking forward to these discussions because, of course, AI now it's the big elephant in the room. Everyone talks about it, but it's always nice to gather and to see how we can be more sustainable, both socially and environmentally, and all the things that we could do and we have to be aware of in the field of AI. Quickly, a brief framework from where I'm coming from, about where I'm coming from. I'm from Cultural Association, which is a European network for transsectorial professionals that work at the intersection with digital and culture. So we work a lot with digital content and especially digital cultural heritage content. So collections in heritage collections that are digitized. And I'm here because we launched with Culture Action Europe, which is another pan-European major network that represents cultural professionals at EU level. The Action Group on Digital and AI. We needed a catchy name, and Action Group apparently is catchy. So why we did this? The idea was really to gather cultural professionals coming from all the different sectors of CCS and to bring them, to launch them into the digital policy landscape, to give them more agency about what is happening at European level, because the majority of digital regulation, digital legislation that we have and affects our way of interacting with AI and digital tools in general is coming from the EU, because the EU basically regulates the internal market. So every tool that impacts the internal market then is regulated. So they have a way to regulate also the digital landscape, even if there isn't a real priority, digital policy priority for the EU. And so we started this, and we said, okay, let's gather our very different communities, Culture Action Europe and Cultural Association, and we started talking, and we saw that we were really answering to a need because people wanted to talk a lot, to give their opinion, their stands on, especially on AI. The thing about copyright was very present, and of course, we immediately saw that this was a key point where we about which we wanted to talk, but we didn't want it to be our main focus, because there is a whole universe behind AI, but it's more intrinsic problems about the digital ecosystem and how we live into it, and so what we wanted to do immediately was really to gather information. So we started a survey that was open to everyone, and the idea was for us to create a bottom-up approach where the missions that the objectives of the group were co-built with our membership. So we came out with a mission statement that goes in the section of what we are going to do in the section of ethics, copyright, human-centered approach, and copyright, of course. And bottom line, as I already said, is that the problems that we found and that were recognized in the terms of in the AI systems and how we deal with the generative AI, of course, are problems that are from the digital landscape, but then are exacerbated in when we talk about AI, because now it's very, very evident, and it's the bubble that we do not know if it's going to explode, but it's there, it's the thing that we are talking about, but it exacerbates problems that were already there. And of course, I think we are going to talk about it, but we can talk about the problems with AI and the problems with AI in the cultural sector. So we have, when we talk about AI, you will often hear about biases that, because the machine repropose biases that are internal of the data sets, then the environmental and social impact of the use and the development of the AI systems, and then also the data that is gathered aside from copyright. It's also the conception that we have of data. It's like in a immaterial thing, so that everyone can use it and everyone can take it because it's immaterial and doesn't exist. And actually, that's a cultural perception that we would like to change, because data, it's a very concrete thing because it happens in databases that are very concrete and they are developed with a lot of materials and a lot of social catastrophes that because we have to gather the materials for these databases, data centers. But also, I mean, they are the people are the real owners of this data. The people that develop this data should be the one that have agency on it. And also another problem is that the lack of collaboration between the developers and the fields they interact with. Recently, the CEO of OpenAI said, yes, we will be able to cure cancer, but we need to strengthen our capabilities, our technological capabilities by 10 times. And in response to that, a community of AI researchers and developers that is called Hugging Face, you may know them, and I will quote them again because I'm a real fan of them. They answered with a paper saying that the problem with the not being able to achieve this kind of goals like curing cancer with AI is not because we do not have the technological capabilities, it's more because there is no conversation between the one that are developing these tools. Most of the times, of course, this is not always the case. There are exceptions, and perhaps scientists. So and this is reflected also in the cultural sector, because, of course, tools that we use should be co-developed, the participation of the cultural sector should be very evident when we develop something that interacts with and touches the cultural sector. And then, of course, there are problems that are specific to the culture and creative sector, like copyright. And it's not really copyright per se, it's more the remuneration of the owners of this kind of data. And then there is another set of problems. Why I'm saying this? Because it's not only artists that see their data scraped online and used to develop generative AI, it's also heritage institutions that, of course, they offer a public service, digitizing their collection. But when you have a scraper, a web crawler that comes into your data center, and to scrape all your data uses a lot of energy and creates also a very practical problem, economical problem of, okay, our energy bill was raised because there was a scraper online that's really interacted a lot with our data sets. That's also a thing. So when we talk about remuneration of the cultural sector, cultural and creative sector, we tend to say that the all information and cultural systems should be remunerated fairly. And of course, the cultural impact of AI. The point is that recently a paper was published about the incidence of the word delve into. So delve into is something that yeah, and and it's really interesting because delve into is a verb that even British speakers they usually use, but it's unusual for them to hear it. It was very present in a specific type of research papers that were used to train ChatGPT in this case. And the point is that the incidence in research and in general in a lot of documents, official documents of the verb delve into skyrocketed. This means that, I mean, it's not only because a lot of people are writing their research papers with ChatGPT, it's also because we see it use it a lot. and we reuse it because it's shaping our culture. And this thing of the verb delve into is just an example, but this goes also deeper. And of course, there is a cultural change that happens because generative AI and AI systems in general shape them, talking about algorithms that regulate our social platforms, they shape culture. So these are the problems, of course. I think that's, I don't have a lot of time yet still, but so I will skip the whole EU part, and once the EU doing this, I think we can talk about it later. But I think it's interesting for us to see what we need. And we need, for this cultural sector, to have AI literacy and digital literacy. Let's couple these things. This shouldn't be disjointed. When we talk about AI, we should also talk about the digital realm and the knowledge that we have about all the things that happen in this realm. They should be part of the conversation. They should be part at the table of the decision making and the developing processes of tools that touches directly their work. And in general, what we need is transparency of this AI on AI development. To know when it's AI, something that is a product is AI generated. So the watermarking comes into place. Then the computational power that is needed, but I know that someone else is going to talk about the environmental part of this. So, and all these kind of things to have transparent AI system so that the consumers and the one that are using tools, they know what is happening behind the curtains. Collaboration, I already talked about it. This data, this problem of data, and also the labelization of data that is used to train in general AI systems. We should reshape the way we create categories, because it's a long topic, but categories of course frame the cultural discourse inside the data that then is repurposed when the AI gives you a result. So the point is, let's reframe how this data is labelized, and cultural institutions and organizations can play a role in that. They can be a hub for to bring the collectivity together and to shape together how we categorize data. And then some last thing. This morning someone said, okay, the idea is to find how we can make responsible AI. And for me, of course, these elements of transparency and collaboration are fundamental. But responsible AI, for me, is an AI system that answers directly to the needs of a community. So the idea of alignment that we heard in the keynote is fundamental. It's fundamental to be together in this, to have a community that shapes the tool that actually impacts their community, this community. So we want to be there. We want, of course, the action group that I presented to you at the beginning is there to start this movement. But you will hear a lot of alignment AI assembly. A friend of mine even created a website to create the alignment assembly of alignment assemblies, because there are a lot of them, of course. And it was a joke, but actually it really pushed an important button. So be there, be AI and digital literate, and also be part of the conversation at political and institutional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you. So what I'm really hearing is almost a call to people in the cultural and creative sectors to be very active users and creators, co-creators. So maybe we've been reluctant and resistant, as Matea mentioned in her introduction, but maybe to be resilient, we need to think about how are we training the models? What are we training them on? Which aspects do we want to keep seeing? Do we want to always delve into things? Or do we want to expand that knowledge base so that it's not kind of turning on itself and becoming a closed system in a way. Would you agree? Like that there's a call, there's a space for the creative sector to lead this and to take agency and to be part of the conversation and to say, okay, we will do this, but with fair remuneration. What are the system, being very aware of all the levels of it, instead of just a hands-off, no, that's bad approach. Would you?
I think yes. I think that's. I mean, artificial intelligence as a term was created in the 70s just to sell the idea of machine learning, of deep learning. So it's something that is always that has existed for a long time, and it's gonna continue to exist. And it can be used, it cannot be used. The decision of someone that says, I don't want to use AI, it's completely legitimate in my idea, and I wouldn't push anyone to use AI systems. But yes, it's a call to be there because it's something that shapes our lives, and we need to know about it. And it's also in the interest of AI developers and providers, because recently another anecdote is that a lot of anime style the images that you see, the cartoon images that you see generated by AI, they tend to be yellow. And this is because the AI system is now trained on the results of the exact AI system. So it means that it exacerbates certain patterns. Among them, it's the yellow. So it's in the interest also of the developers to have at the table someone that brings regenerative processes like the cultural and creative sector.
There was an image that came to mind when you were speaking earlier, and that was, we often talk about, okay, well, AI is just basically a mirror of society. It's kind of showing us who we are and our problems. And then you said actually AI is exacerbating all the issues that we already saw in the digital realm. And I thought of this image of the mirror when you shine it, when you shine the sunlight through it and reflects it, it's actually burning a hole in things. And that actually happened to me the other day, surprisingly. But I think it's maybe an image to hold as we go forward. Is that what we want, or how to shift the position of that mirror in a way that's not burning a hole, not destructive? Yeah. So with that, I'm going to switch to Gwen. Thank you, Marco, because she's going to talk to us about the environmental impacts of AI and how it comes into being. And yeah, I introduced you already, so yeah, thank you.
I do have some slides also, maybe, if you don't mind. Hi, everyone. Really happy to be there. And so before the slides arrive, maybe just to give you also some background from where I'm speaking to you from. So I run an organization supporting environmental change in the music sector. And we also work with performing arts in general. And why we came to working on digital and AI was like we like to experiment a lot of things and somehow use our own organization as a guinea pig. And because digital being a very high issue in the music industry, we started to experiment by trying to build what could be an eco-designed website. And that's how we started to delve into the into the topic. And then we also, thanks to some EU funds in like 22, we conducted a study among the music sector in Europe, which is called STOMP, which I will share with you in a moment also, which was so sustainable tools for online music practices. Which was Europe-wide study and also recommendations on the different uses. Obviously, this was done published 2 years ago, and on some sides of digital open source tools, quite a lot of is still quite relevant. Everything we wrote at the time on AI changed so much that we can see, like, even from one week to another, all those topics are really, like, the numbers, the studies coming out on the environmental impact. So basically here you can see what we do as an organization, but I'm not going to spend so much time on that, but just maybe emphasizing on what we've heard already, this cooperation aspect, which is very important to us and which helps us feed also some advocacy. And that was the purpose also of this research we conducted. Can I get next slide, please? Thank you. So this will echo what you've heard in the keynote as well, but we really faced this this big myth of that's a difficult one, dematerialization, and this idea, and I think the semantic also doesn't help, like we talk about clouds, even streaming, wireless, Ethereum, so everything seems like to be somewhere in the air, when at the contrary it's very much materialized, be it because of the metals, the rare earth that we use, be it of all the cables, of course the data centers. It's probably the first thing we start to think of when we think about AI or digital, but in terms of carbon footprint, the biggest impact is coming from the manufacturing of our devices. So basically making phones, making screens, all of this. This is because of the amount of the devices that we have. I think now, I mean, it's overwhelming numbers. Like it's something like 70,000 billions of phones and screens, and this doesn't even count like chargers or those kind of things. So this is very physical, what we need to use AI, and it's also generating a lot of waste, which has very also concrete and devastating ecological consequences. Next one, please. This is also to illustrate this, what we talked already a lot about, like this timing, so everything going so fast, everything growing all the time. Even if we look back just like 15 years ago, basically you had TVs, computers, some phones, video games, and that was about it. Now almost everything will be connected to, from your washing machine to your fridge, to your car, to the internet, and more and more also of those devices are using AI. So sometimes you might even think you are not using AI, but you actually are. And this is to show also this acceleration, which is still going on, and with some perspectives that are showing that this is increasing all the time. Next one, please. So talking about the data centers, I will show you a map right after that. But we have more or less 9,000 of those data centers in the world now. There's many issues, so I've wrote only a few there, but one is probably the concentration of those where they are implemented. On one side, because they need to be somewhere where it's rather cool, then you would need less water to cool them down. And what we call also the conflicts of use. So now you will have data centers which are implemented because they are becoming bigger and bigger in places that would usually be used for, let's say, agriculture, or for a recent example also in Marseille, there was a big project on the port to regenerate the port and to have some social projects, and now it's being replaced by the implementation of data centers which need direct access to the water. And this water consumption is not something that we already always have in mind, but this is becoming a very big concern right now. And I gave you this example of Microsoft, which has increased its water consumption by 34% in 23, and this is water which is what we call clean water, clear water. It's not like salted water, it's really water that you can use for agriculture, for just even drinking it, or any usage that we might have. So those conflicts are not just geographical, but also, yes, I don't know if I... That's a big question, but basically I think it's a matter of cost, usage and efficiency. It's just the way that using this water, which will go in the loop and cool it down, that's the technology. I'm not a total expert in the technical constructions of data centers, but maybe someone is. So, can I go to the next slide, please? So this is the map I was showing you. I was telling you about also of these concentrations also on the data centers, and just to emphasize also that in different contexts, especially like geopolitical context, like for example, you see that there's quite a lot of those data centers in Russia. It raises other issues on top of the ecological ones in terms of also like ownership, who has the where your data are stored, and how this can be also impacted. And then next one, and I will wrap up after that. So I will be happy to share the slides after if you want to go. But again, like these are the latest studies from the University of California in terms of water usage by all the big players. And also in terms of the search on using AI, for instance, like going on ChatGPT for just basic search would be 10 times more impactful than just searching on Google. So this is very much linked also to some habits that we might have on switching to different tools without really realizing the impact it might have. And then next one, and I will close on that. Oh no, I have another one after. Also, I think you've heard about the Jada mining. That's to illustrate also like the very physical and the resources that we need in terms of waste. Most of our digital waste will be exported, and especially in Europe, when we tend to say that our our carbon footprint is decreasing, it's also like putting responsibility on different countries. For instance, all the manufacturing of our phones and screens will be done in China, so it impacts the carbon footprint of China, and it doesn't impact our own carbon footprint in Europe. So, and we are still, of course, very dependent on those. And then last one, I promise this time, also illustrating with the images we talked about. This is an example of 2 AI trends, recent ones that maybe you remember, even if they were erased somehow really quickly. But with generating an image with Midjourney, just one image that would be just like plugging in your phone and recharging it fully. So that's the impact in terms of energy consumption. And this is about also asking why are we using it and what are the uses. This was an example, I have nothing against this guy, but an example of the starter pack trend. Also how going green is sometimes totally forgetting the impact of digital. And the other one from our president in France that used the Ghibli trend when, on the contrary, he's having also a very strong discourse about how Europe should take into its hand the ownership also of AI. And that trend was going on just for 1 month, and you can imagine like around 700 million images were generated. And some studies say that's as much as the annual electricity consumption of 2,100 households. So that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Gwen. Those are very sobering facts, and it feels really like Toto pulled the screen back. I would just have one follow-up question before we move on to Philip to hear his perspective. What if we were to take all that you've shared with us about the environmental impacts, which are massive and heavy, you know, how does that feed into this concept that maybe we're trying to develop today about AI literacy, responsible AI? How would you pare that down into 3 steps or 3 actions we might want to take or consider in our usage?
Well, I think it's going to echo already a few things that were said, but this literacy on AI is so important, and like learning what are the impacts, be it environmental, ethical, that will help to make more enlightened decisions, I would say. There's quite a lot of initiatives, so we've heard about Culture Action Europe, but now also on different levels, like to really have this as a discussion within the organizations, and to make even a charter or to make some decisions on what's going to be the use. I always say also we have to, because I'm always hearing those like sky is the limit and there's so much we can explore, but we should think of AI and even all digital tools as non-renewable resources, because it's very physical, so those resources are not endless. Like the rare earth or metals that we need, they come from those mines. At some point there will be no more. Or it's the same that we use, like if you go to the hospital to get an MRI, that's exactly the same things. So at some point there will be decisions. We experimented that a bit during COVID, when you know, everyone was at home, and like the French government had to ask Amazon and Netflix to lower their how do you say, like the band, like the passing, yeah, because it was in competition with all the schools and everything. So there was a risk of like the system to break down, literally. And this is going to happen for sure, and the projections that we have with the consequences of climate change are also. So I always feel really sad to think that somehow we are sometimes pushed to rely only on those tools. So I think this is something that we need to keep in mind, and collaboration and working together on that, definitely.
Thank you, Gwen. Sorry, we're a little pressed for time, so I'm gonna move to Philip. And what I've in preparing for the discussion today, Philip, it seems that we're really talking about power, and power in terms of energy, data, who controls the data, the narratives, and the labor that sustains it. Those are all different aspects of the concept of power. And so, Philip, I'd ask you, from your perspective as a civic technologist and sociologist of culture, how do you see power operating in the current AI landscape, and how can it play out within the cultural field in particular, especially when we think about public institutions, independent creators, NGOs? There's already some power struggles in that realm, and how might AI amplify or challenge these existing imbalances? And you can also add whatever else you want, but that's my introductory question for you.
So in the interest of time, I don't think there's anything interesting about power when it comes to AI, or anything different than in any other situation. So I'm just going to put it out there. There's nothing new. People who have power in various forms, who have access to capital, who have the motivation and the willingness to perform certain actions, are going to get the outcomes they deserve. I'm not going to, not deserve, get the outcomes that they wanted. I'm not going to say that they're going to end up better off. But yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly special about that. I would like to first, though, answer the water cooling question, because I think it's quite insane and more people should know this. This isn't your typical water cooling setup that you would have at home on your high-powered home gaming computer. It is quite literally spraying water onto chips, because it takes much more energy to do a phase change, so to change water into air, than it is to heat up water or to move air around. So the most efficient way to very quickly cool stuff is to literally evaporate water. So this water consumption is just like letting water go up in the air. It's quite literally consumption. It's not something that can be circulated again. It's like drinking water. So this is just for the beginning. And then secondly, what I think is also important to note is, for me, and I hope our our panelist from Barcelona is also going to feel the same, or at least from what she said when she says that it's a bad name because it's just advanced statistics. So I'm currently employed at the Institute of Contemporary History, and I study old newspapers. I try to figure them out with AI. And I'm doing a PhD at the Faculty of Computer and Information Science at the University of Ljubljana. Let's say I have 20 classmates. We're all doing AI, but we're useless to each other. Right? So every person is doing something extremely niche, which yes, can somehow be classified and is classified as AI for financing reasons, but it goes from me reading old newspapers through predicting the weather to discerning the heartbeat of an unborn child from the mother, so that you can figure out which heartbeat is beating at which frequency. So AI can truly be everything, and there's this quite an old joke in computer science that AI is used to describe everything that doesn't work yet. As soon as we know how it works, it gets a specific name, and we start moving it towards specific statistical method because we know how it's gonna work out. But coming back to power, and hopefully tying everything together, I think one thing that we should consider when we consider ethics in AI and in other spaces, people often consider ethics as a buzzkill, right? So we just heard about horrible things that happen, and we should strive to prevent them, and then everyone goes like, yeah, but I like my stuff. But I think we should start considering ethics as an enabler, right? So just trivially, sport cannot exist without rules. You need ethics to play a game. Otherwise, there's no game to be played, right? It's also an enabler of social living, right? Without rules, it is quite literally impossible to do things together, even if those rules are implicit or when they are explicit. And lastly, even when it comes to our tools, right? So sharp edges are very useful, right? In the kitchen and on the battlefield. The only reasonable way we as a group of people, or God forbid a society, can use sharp edges is to develop ethics around what is okay to do with a sharp edge and what is not okay to do with a sharp edge. And I think when it comes to AI and technology, a similar approach can be taken. And now, there's this question that's thousands and thousands of years old, and it's, do artifacts have politics, right? So does a machine enforce a certain kind of society on us? And the argument, a very old argument, says that you cannot run a ship with democracy, right? So as long as you want to have ships, you need a place where democracy doesn't function. The ship has politics itself. And maybe AI has politics, but I want to conclude this with this idea that an understanding of good, right? So the decision of what is good and what isn't good can only come from a shared practice. And it's quite literally this way. So consider, again, sports, maybe. You can only have a conversation or even an understanding of what is a good sports person in that particular sport if you participate in that sport. If you've never seen or played cricket, you cannot, you see baseball and you just go, this shit is boring. Right? Or you see any other sport that you're not involved in. And this is true for all aspects of life. And I think the question that has been, not the question, the statement that has been offered in a way throughout the previous speeches is that when we say we, and it comes to technology, we need to consider who are the we. Are we going to be part of the we, right? When they tell you, you should collaborate with computer scientists, this isn't just being there and doing a project, right? Are you willing to become, or are you going to become like a founding member of what this technology and its practices and the ethical rules are going to be? Well, then you need to play the game fully. You can't just be treating this like Photoshop, right? I'm an artist, and then there's the paintbrush. That's not really how it works, right? And even some of the best and most interesting art has come from this point where it takes technology and it informs the use of this technology, even when it's just technology used for artistic expression.
Thank you, Philip. Super. So that's perfect question, I think, for us to hold as we go now for our coffee break for 15 minutes. No? Sorry. Oh, I have 10 more minutes. Somebody changed the the timing here was rushing. Okay, great. Take a deep breath. Super. No, but yes, thank you, Philip. I really appreciate that, and I would just follow up then maybe because I've been asking this question about AI literacy. Maybe you find it boring, but I think it's still something that we can perhaps hold on to in a sense. So you say, well, what is the we? And maybe this is part of that definition if we're trying to shape something together as a call to action for us working in the cultural space. So, but how would you describe AI literacy, also from your experience is working on your PhD, but as someone who's observing culture and observing the importance of civic participation, sometimes the pitfalls and advantages of democracy or the lack of it. I think you have a unique perspective to share.
So when it comes to literacy, I think a lot of people become spontaneously literate of the tools that they use. This is years old ethnography, but young kids on Facebook used to have their own groups where they would do stuff. And they would also ask questions, and they would ask for help, and they themselves developed a practice where they would post a completely unrelated picture, then ask a question for school or whatever problem they're facing at that exact moment, and write under the post, the picture is there just to pop up in the algorithm higher, right? So people, as they just use technologies, they develop a certain understanding of how they work. I think we should never forget, though, that on the other side, right, you're never today, almost never really using technology or using products. And on the other side, there's someone who's designing this product, who has a certain idea of how this product should be used, has certain incentives on how you should be using that product and what they should gain from that. And I think especially when it comes to chatbots and generative AI even, it is very common for people to lie to you about what's happening, and it is very easy to fall into an idea that those lies are true. The first lie of ChatGPT is that there is a person, not a human, but a person, a consciousness on the other hand. I mean, even the original sin maybe is that we call these large language models, where in reality they are large text models. And even that would immediately drop our expectations of what we do with them. Then it's not just AI when you talk to these tools, or even when you use them, right? They would often delegate tasks to calculators, which were designed for calculating. And I just personally think that we should always strive towards niche solutions for very specific problems. I won't forget when an architect asked me once, do you think we'll ever be able to get a CAD, like a CAD drawing, out of a large language model of generative AI? And my thought was, what a silly idea. You already have software which for years has been designed to enable you to draw specific images. Why on earth would you want to do something else, right? Fix the tools that you have, but don't take this wishy-washy thing and then expect things to happen very specifically. So I think in that sense, the literacy, the tool literacy happens on its own. What I think is a more important form of literacy is stuff like you've been talking about, making people understand that there is a real human environmental cost to using these models and these services, and just saying no. It's okay, right? Even for school kids, I always tell them, yes, you can have a conversation with a chatbot in order to better understand math, but I guarantee you that it's a better experience to do it with a schoolmate. And right, so having this perspective, oh, I'm working on a script or I'm working on something creative and I don't have access to people because everyone's tired and we're all overworked. This is not a technological problem, and it doesn't require a technological solution. You're all overworked because of capitalism, not because you lack technological solutions. So I think it's important to keep remembering that and just like taking it easy.
Thank you, Philip. Is there any questions? Anna, what would you like to respond? Anna.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hello.
I heard you have a question or a response you'd like to share.
No, I thought I wanted to just a final remark. I think it's really interesting what you were discussing, all of you, and I think the most important for me just right now as a conclusion is that we really need to dig into how people is using it. That's why it's important to understand these findings because, for example, as you mentioned now that it's better to learn math with a pal, that's for sure. And we will never have to take out of the equation humans, that's for sure. But also we need to understand other uses that maybe were not intended with this technology. For example, people with disabilities or people with HDH, according to some findings, are helping out a lot to relate with knowledge, you know? So it's changing the way we relate with knowledge now that we are talking about literacy, which for me it's really, really important. So I think we need to be open-minded in the use of this technology to understand really how people is using and how people is misusing them, and to make kind of a, you know, a same place to, so we need to do agreements, sectorials and with the technological designers, you know, because these people, sorry, this technology is designed, and we can decide how we want to this technology to be designed, because then it's still not too late, you know, because in social media are designed for us to be there like dumps. Let's not do this. Let's not make that this technology make us less intelligent, right? Because there are many sparks of how it can be super useful for humans, right? So yeah, it was just this final remark that I think we need to study more what's going on now and to push it in the right direction.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for that. So just to wrap up this discussion, as you can see, using AI brings with it, just creating AI brings with it very many questions about environmental tools, materials, the impact, waste, water usage, about labor, about whose work has been used to make the models that we're using in our AI tools. It brings into question, why do we even need it? And is it even useful as a solution to our problems? And also, what is our role as an agency and collaboration, and what is it we want to achieve? Yeah. There's one quick question in the back. Maybe you, I don't know. Can someone? Is there a microphone we can take? Because we're streaming, we need you on the mic. Sorry, but we're happy to have your question. So I would just. Sorry.
Hi. I was wondering if we can perhaps just, collectively have a little thought about. I mean, I'm not against AI, like generally. I think it can do a lot of work that's menial, that's unpleasant for humans to do, and I think that should be the main use for it. I want AI to drive my car. I want AI to make bills and contracts in my workplace. I don't want it to write poetry instead of me. So that's my general approach. And I can see some good uses for it in the creative process. Even for generative AI, if perhaps a visual artist could get sort of a proto model, and then they can teach this model on a database of their own work, only their own work, and then they can use the model to generate new art. That could be okay. I don't have a problem with that. As long as I don't think about the environmental impact of the technology. And then I ask myself,
myself physically necessary, as Philip said, because we actually need that. But my question would be, in the creative process, we do art because we like doing it. It's not just about the results at the end. It's not about the painting when it is finished and it's on the wall in the gallery. But I mean, in capitalism, it usually is about the end result, right? You get financing, you have put on a show in the gallery, and then you are overworked. And maybe AI could help. Maybe AI could speed up the process. What is lost in the process that is sped up? The process is the point. The process alters our brains. It is scientifically proven that learning new skills makes your brain go differently. This is not, it's not, a romantic notion. So if we insert technology where it is not actually needed in the human processes, what is lost? And do we actually, are thinking about what we are losing?
Right.
Speeding things up.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and that's actually what I was referring to when I was asking Anna, what's lost in the blood, sweat, and tears of the filmmaking process, and what's shifted. So I think we are at a point where we are learning many new things. We're losing other things, and this is the moment we are in history, the age of the algo. We're living in maybe filter bubbles, and how can we push beyond them? How can we keep asking questions? How can we tell other stories and give other alternatives to people? We're going to hear a little bit more about those things in the second panel, because we have some people working in different fields who will discuss some of their approaches to that, to using their own models, to creating new narratives. But I really want to stick to our schedule. I appreciate your comment, and I think that gives people something to communicate with and correspond with each other during the break and afterwards. And I want to thank you for being here so far, and stay with us for the rest of the day. Thank you for our panelists too. Yeah, we have a 15-minute break, and we're going to be on schedule because we have to hold to our streaming schedule. So thank you. So please be back at noon. Yeah?
Ja, pa ti, če bi lahko GGC zamenjali FK, ali ne, to naredili.
Hello? Okay. That wasn't used. Matea, to je čista. Yeah. Hello. Okay. Shall we start, Matea? Yes? Okay. Thank you everyone for adhering to our tight schedule. So here we are, back for the second panel. And I think we all felt the need to get outside, get some fresh air, some sunlight, and to share our impressions of the morning event and other issues that are on our minds. Now we'll go a little deeper, looking more specifically at sector approaches, so specifically publishing, visual arts, interaction design and robotics, and the music industry as well as animated film production. Our guests include, the next panel will be moderated by Gwen, who we met in the first panel. She'll be also addressing her work in the music sector. And then we are joined by Tanja Petric, who is an award-winning literary critic and translator engaged in exploring how, trying to understand what are the downsides and risks of AI tools being used in publishing and translation, and especially in the ethics of that work and transparency and authorship. She examines what automation means for linguistic nuance, intellectual property rights, and the cultural role of the human editor and translator, especially as a professional whose field might be in danger. Yeah? Then we have Ivan Jovine, who is an Italian interaction designer, media artist combining robotics, AI, and biomimetics to examine the relationship between nature and technology. He's also teaching in Potsdam and has many interesting stories about how his students are also using AI. And then we have Nate Strampuš. He's a Slovenian new media artist, recognized for his digital and interactive projects. He's been exploring animated film, photography, video, visual arts, installation, and especially using the solar punk aesthetic in his work to comment on what is our future, what are our future possibilities, and what kind of new narratives could we create. Then we have Matthias Storm, who's coming to us from the Slovenian Animated Film Association, and brings his experience also in the Central and Eastern Europe animation forum and workshop, so CE animation. And he's also really engaged in the professionalization of the animated film sector in Slovenia, and also looking at issues of sustainability, how AI can contribute, and understanding what are the risks for artistic collaboration and production. So with that, I give the floor to Gwen and the rest of the panelists, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Jana. Thank you to Motovilla and to Keynote Atelier also for having us. And good morning, everyone who's joining online as well. So in this second panel, we'll somehow broaden the perspective and move from what we've heard in the first panel, which will be more reflection, to now practices, by exploring how AI can support but also endanger sometimes a sustainable future across the wider cultural and creative sectors. When the keynotes and the previous discussion have raised essential questions about ethics, authorship, and responsibility, I would say that our goal now with our wonderful speakers is to see how these ideas play out on the ground, and how they connect also to sustainability in a broader sense, meaning not only environmental, but economic, social, and ethical. I let my speakers tell you more about what they do and the context also just in a moment. But really the idea is to look at how the creative ecosystem can respond in an ethical but also artistical, creative and structural way. Emphasizing also, we've talked a lot about this responsibility, but maybe also emphasizing that, and maybe that's like a trigger on my side also, that we are not talking so much about individual responsibility when we're talking about that, and we could see that there's already quite different opinions about the use of AI, but it's also really about thinking on this on the systemic way and more structural way to the accelerating influence of AI. And so in order to ground in practice, as I'd say, Tanya, I would love to start with you maybe, and just to hear your own insights also on how AI tools currently affect translators' rights and ethics, and also what's at stake for you and with your campaign that you will talk about. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually from Literary Translators Association, Slovenian Literary Translators Association. I'm the president of it, and I would like to present in 3 parts. Actually, I have a PowerPoint presentation, and our campaign is one of these 3 parts. And I start with the survey which was made by Seattle, which is our umbrella organization. So yes, we can start with PowerPoint. And this first one is small animation, which is a teaser, and I explain it later. Does it work? Okay, probably better. I just say next. Okay. So for Seattle, this is European Council of Literary Translators Associations, which is the European umbrella organization on the field of literary translation, collecting data through surveys and questionnaires. What is going on? Okay, I think it would be. Okay. This is the first slide. Okay. Okay. Basically I can just continue and then you fix it. Okay. Good. Okay. So yes, collecting data is through surveys and questionnaires is crucial because this is most important way to detect the general situation of literary translators in Europe. For example, their working conditions, financial situation, contractual relationships, and especially in recent times, issues they have related to AI. I will briefly present a survey which was made and conducted by Seattle Working Conditions Group in 23 and 24 about the impact of AI on literary translators' work and income. The questionnaire for member associations was responded by 31 of 36 associations, and approximately 1,500 literary translators from 34 Seattle member associations. Okay, next please. I will briefly present some results. About 70% of the respondents, and this was, as I said, 23-24, which is quite old in this dynamic of development of AI. So about 70% of respondents consider the usage of AI for their work not at all or hardly useful. Most respondents who had already done post-editing, I'm sure that you know what this word means, on machine-translated text considered it's even more time-consuming as translating from scratch. And only 8% have been asked by editors or clients not to use AI tools for literary translation. And for 79% of respondents, it is important to notify the client or publisher if they use any form of AI translation or AI tool. Okay, next. This is this first survey on AI leaves many questions open, and further research is planned. It will be completed, I think, this year, by the end of this year. And respondents would like to have more information about new developments and regulations, dangers and possible negative effects on using AI in literary translation, such as poor quality of machine translation, dehumanization, lack of creativity, or not saving time, as I mentioned. Ecological consequences. Next, please. Current tools, information about current tools and acceptable practices, ethical and legal questions of copyright and training data for AI, for example, right of opt-out or fair remuneration, and then impact on employment and economic status of language professionals. And there is another question, question of diversity. We hear a lot that AI could be a tool for easier access to minoritized for smaller languages. But this access is often realized via hegemonic dominant languages as bridge languages, mostly, as you know, English. So we are now approaching to the second part of my presentation, and these are two case studies. The first case study is the case of the Swedish collective review of a novel translated by AI. This was launched, I think, in February 2025. So you can see this machine translation and the corrections, and the story behind this is that a dozen experienced Swedish literary translators reviewed the quality of machine translated young adult book with the title Icebreaker by Hannah Grace, published by Nona Publishing House. They bought a physical copy of the Swedish translation, placed the English original next to it, and started to compare page by page, sentence by sentence. They took turns over several months to edit the whole translation directly in the book. So this is the product of it. The result was a book completely covered in corrections, which was then sent to the publisher Nona, to the Swedish Publishers Association, and to the Swedish Writers Union. And case study 2, we can say, this is in Sweden, like far away, but we have similar case actually in Slovenia. As we noticed, because we are a small literary translation community, new translation of Fyodor Dostoevsky's complex and classical novel The Idiot, which was done by a completely unknown translator with no linguistic or translation background. We sent a translation for professional review, and the language expert wrote, "Closer look," I quote him, "closer look at the translation quickly reveals a multitude of issues ranging from minor errors to linguistic awkwardness and completely incomprehensible passages and sentences. In addition, the Slovenian library database includes translators of literature who translate more than 10 books a year. That means around 3,000 pages under their names. So, but we all know this is physically not possible. It's impossible. So the open questions in these two case studies are, for example, we know that all products should be labeled, including books. This includes AI Act. This is actually Article 50. But how should we label them? I mean books, because it's not regulated now. We have no rules in that. So the translators which are making machine translations can write their names as translators. So, and the other question is, what happens with PLR? PLR means public lending right in case of machine translation. This is a compensation, as you probably know, only for creative human work. So what happens with that cases, in frame of that cases? And the next one, Slovenian libraries buy books with public money. So could machine translated or generated text be founded with public money? Yes, these are just some of the questions we are now dealing with, because there are, as I said, no legislation, no rules how to solve these things. And the third and last part of my presentation is dedicated to the campaign, language campaign, Uizi prevedeno, Uizi zgrešeno. So I'm the role model of it with my t-shirt. Yes, this is the Slovenian slogan, but we tried to translate it into English, and English variety is easily translated easily misstated. We actually asked also ChatGPT, but at the end it was like brainstorming of human creativity, you know. So, language campaign is organized by 7 language associations. There are literary translators as our association, but there are also interpreters, proofreaders, so television and film translators, and 3 translation departments from Slovenian universities in Ljubljana, Maribor and Koper. And it's conducted under the honorary patronage of President of the Republic of Slovenia, Dr. Nataša Pirc-Musar, which we are very proud of. So the aim of the campaign is, yes, sorry, I forgot to say next. The aim of campaign is to raise public awareness of the importance and visibility of language professions, to take responsibility as a community for the development of the Slovenian language, culture, and future language politics, to raise questions about the advantages and disadvantages of using AI. We are not dinosaurs. We know the technology is here and we have to deal with it. And as I said, not just in literary translation, also in interpreting, in proofreading. Also, there are, for example, card interpreters in that consortium. So we question ourselves about ethics, transparency, and copyright protection. We discuss the acquisition of language skills, the evaluation of intellectual work, and the tasks of institutions that educate language professions, which is really very important. So we talk about skills, and also the part of it is this AI literacy, which we were speaking about in the first panel. And we also reflect the future prospects and development of language professions. So we speak a lot about responsibility also, and yes, topics like this. So we are not, as I said, against using AI tools. We are just thinking that we should prepare the new generations in terms of pedagogical work, but also readers, for example, or consumers, for critical approach to the informations, to the actions they make with AI. And yes, I think we will speak probably about some issues.
Yes. Thank you, Tanya. And you will see also you have some physical material there also for the, but we'll come back to that after.
Yes, we have a merch, sorry. we have also merch. We don't have just t-shirts. We have overall design like tote bags and things like that.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And yeah, we can, of course. And now to a different field with Ivan. We're going to talk about design and robotics, and I would love for you to share with us how you actually use AI in your work, and how do you explore human nature and technology relationships, and what kind of questions also does it raise for you?
Thank you. So first of all, hello everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. And today I will speak about my my practice, so my artistic practice. So I'm a multimedia artist, interaction designer, and a teacher. And yes, perfect. Okay, this one, yeah. So I will speak about how I integrate AI in my artworks, and with a strong focus on small AI data models. So yeah, first I will start to show my project. The first project is called Net Nature, so I created 6 robotic flowers that they have a micro board in computing, a Raspberry Pi, and on it runs a small AI data models in the field of computer vision, and these flowers are able to track the audience in real time, and there is also a face expression or emotional model, face expression or motion detection model that it tracks your face, and the LED in the bulb of these flowers is response. So it's a kind of emotional interaction, or like artificial emotional interaction between the audience and the flowers. And I use, in this case, I integrate this case AI for this interactive and responsive interaction between the audience and the flowers, but also like for creating a kind of metaphor of the intelligence of plants. So these 6 flowers, they have also like a kind of connection, a kind of interaction that is invisible. So if 6 persons at the same time are interacting with all the flowers in the stage, they are starting to make like a kind of performance and synchronization movements, and it should metaphorically show the swarm intelligence that there is in nature. So the second project is called Theodore. Theodore is it's an installation based on a small computer that we see on the right picture on the bottom. So in this small computer, microcomputer, it runs a so-called lava model. This is image to text model that is able to extract feature in real time from pictures, and then based on the input, based on these features that the lava model extract, the machine write a love letter. So the installation is based on also on 32 magnet-based motors called solenoids that they are controlling old Olivetti Lettera 22 typewriter. So basically the installation is digital and also physical. So with the help of a web application and a mobile application, the user can download a portrait, a picture, and then also like insert some kind of important information, like the name of my girlfriend or friend in general and the relationship, and then it starts this process of generation from the lava model. And then so it's a pity that you cannot hear louder, but it's really loud in real time, this installation, that I decided to use like these magnet-based motors because they are really loud. I present the work the last June in Cuba on the 3rd floor of a gallery, in a gallery on the 3rd floor, and the people on the streets, they heard all this metallic stuff and they thought, oh, maybe there is some construction in it. It was really nice. And the concept behind this work is that people doesn't used to write anymore like love letters and sending this on a physical paper. So I decided to create this kind of work for inciting people to understand that if we are not doing it, the machine can do for us. So like just a joke, but the whole process of the letter generation, it takes around 15 minutes. So the people will stay then nearby the machine and waiting for some emotional machine content. So it's also nice how this kind of interaction between human and machine can be interesting to see. And this is another topic. This is work in progress project that I have. It's about like using AI for giving a meaning of biosignals or electrical signals in plants. And yes, I'm mostly interested in this kind of more than human aspects. So using AI models for understanding the data that I get. So especially in the field of electrophysiology or electrical signals or biosignals, it's really difficult to understand if there is some patterns that I can use as interactive element or as input. And we can see here there is a lot of noise, and I'm using AI models for filtering and trying to finding patterns for specific response of the plants. So plants, they respond on lights and dark environment as well as the touch. So if I touch the leaf using these electrodes and using this so-called galvanic resistance, I can measure the electrical changes between the two electrodes. So for creating or using existing AI model in this kind of projects is pretty impossible, because the quality of the data is directly connected with the distance of the electrodes, and also for the leaf, also the size of the leaf. So each plant then need a specific AI trained model. And this is a little bit the essence of my works, like creating own AI models for a specific use case, for a specific artwork. So there are some benefit on it. So the first of all is ownership and control. So I can control my my outcomes, or what I want to achieve and what I want to create, and this is my data, and I can have some kind of experiment with it. And if I'm using like AI models that they are existing, by example on Hugging Face, this is a great platform, but sometimes there are models that doesn't fit really well with my artworks. They are too much data, and they can be also glitchy. So they can be glitchy because this is not like tailored for my specific artist context. Another big benefit is that you can use this kind of small AI in really small edge systems, so like Raspberry Pi or microcomputing, and integrate it in sculpture, integrate it in artworks, and they are run locally. So I will not send my data, my artistic content, to a very opaque cloud system that I don't know what kind of usage they have with of my content. And yeah, small AI, so the practice of small AI, so creating your own data, supports ethical, transparent, and autonomous approach to creative technology. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan. And now, Nate, I would love to have you to present your own artistic practice, which connects AI, ecology, and I would say social critique. And we'd love to hear how you work, that embody this intersection.
Thank you very much. So my name is Nate Strampuš. I am new media artist. Yes, so why do I use AI in my work? Because I am for a long time interested in technology, and I see all technology as like two-sided thing. You know, every technology has two sides of the coin, and I believe the AI is the same. I decided to research it and to use it, to get familiar with it, so that I can actually know what this technology exactly is bringing to our world, to our society. I tried to create something more complex that I could not maybe do before, or like to change the workflow and to integrate the AI to enhance what I could do earlier without this technology. You will see some examples of it. Yeah, I believe that every artistic process uses environmental resources. Sadly, yes, AI is problematic from environmental point of view. We have heard it, but in the end, you know, whatever we do, we will use some amounts of resource. For example, if we are shooting a film in analog way, we will need to location scout, we will need to transport things, and so on. And here we convey this resource usage to just another level or another way to use the resources. So before we go into my works, I would like to explain what is solar punk. Solar punk is a genre or a movement and aesthetic that is emerging lately, and it envisions a sustainable, socially just, and optimistic future where humanity, technology, and nature coexist in harmony. Keep this in mind, because all three projects that I'm going to present are actually coming out of this ideology. The first project is Another Future Entirely. It was produced under Cons Production in 2022, to 2023. It is consisting of two elements. The first one is a book. It's anthology of eco-fiction. It's short stories that were written with assistance of GPT. It was older version of GPT before the ChatGPT came out, and it was super glitchy. And I used it as an assistant or as a tool from which I got contents that I later, let's say, collaged into stories that are used there. So GPT did not write everything. It was a tool for getting some like small bits of the content. Also, generative AI was used for creating cutouts, so pieces of these bigger collages that are visualizing the stories. And the second part is two-channel video projection. You can see how it looks like here. Of course, it also has a sound, but we will not listen to the debates. So the idea of this projection is that two entities are talking to each other and debating some environmental issues and trying to search for solutions for those issues. So again, I'm trying to change the, let's say, dystopian negative narrative into a more utopian one and search for solutions. Why? Because I feel that because of all negativism that we see around environmental issues, which are of course very dramatic, and I'm also scared of the future, but we need to have some hope and something positive that we can strive for if we want to change something. The second artwork is Rooted in Code. This is a short AI film, like animated film, and very early AI models were used for generating, again, the story in similar way as I explained before, and also still frames and then animations. Part of it is used like closed source models, which are accessible online, and for the part of it, which is given very different aesthetics, is some open source model called AnimateDiv. But you will get familiar with the film a little bit later. The third project is Solandium 2063. This is a computer game which is set in the future. It is set in post-apocalyptic environment after our society collapses due to all the environmental issues, and it is happening within the small community which squats abandoned robotic center, and they decide that they would like to rebuild this robotic center so that it becomes more sustainable. And you are in charge of the decisions that are being made on how to actually transform this small community. And in the process, you are debating with the AI. You will see that the chatbot is integrated within the game, and the AI is actually aware of the situation in the game, and it reacts to the situation itself. So here is like a new level of how AI can maybe enhance and give us new experiences that were not actually possible before. We can see that in the gaming environment, we can also get some always changing situation, because before, like, it was pretty locked, the whole story was pretty locked, but now we can like generate things on the fly. The 3D models were also generated with AI, and the goal is to create a sustainable society. So what's actually my stance on AI? To be honest, I am confused, as many around here. I believe it's hard to say if it's good, if it's bad, because I see really that there are many pitfalls and many positive aspects. Let's go through the pitfalls very first. Like, let's just skim through it. Of course, we heard a lot of debate in the creative sector on how it's devaluing the work. We heard about environmental damage, about biases. I would like here point out the social control and manipulation of crowds and of society, which is leading to techno-feudalism and giving the AI technologies are giving a lot of power in the hands of very few people. And that's, I'm quite feared of it. Of course, we are seeing a lot of disinformation, a lot of fake news. There is fear of identity theft. We see military use. We cannot forget here Israel and Gaza, which is like one of the most pressing issues at the moment. And there are also other problems with AI. But on the other side, we also have prospects. In the creative sector, I believe we can see more complex works and the works that were not capable to be produced before, and we see new types of art, and I believe that it might lead on some level to democratization of the creative processes as well. And we can also see that in healthcare, disaster response, and other areas, it can be used in positive way. Also in science and ecology, for example, for data analysis, for monitoring of environment, for forecasting of climate, weather, we can optimize resource management and like public transport and so on. We can plan sustainable cities. Like, it can be used in a big variety of positive situations. So to wrap it up, I will give you a quote which I wrote together with ChatGPT, of course. AI is a tool, not a master. The fear of AI is not a fear of machines, but of those who control them and determine whom they serve. Thank you. And if you're interested about the project, you can access them all on the links. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nate. I would love to read the conversation you had before coming to this final quote. And now, last but not least, Mattia, you will stay here, I guess, or as you wish. You can. From your experience with Central and Eastern European animation, how is the animation sector adapting to AI and to the sustainability demands, like to those injunctions also that we receive?
Thank you. I think it's done. Just unmute it. With the button on the top. Does it work now? Yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Matija Šturam. I'm sorry, and it is a pity that I don't have the visual presentation, but I am really not a fan of preparing slides. And then I thought also about the AI to do it, but I really don't like it because it takes time and energy. It is not so easy as it is promoted. And as Philip said before, I think at least at some points we need to know that these are products that are also like not so user-friendly as it seems when you look to it from the distance. But as mentioned before, I work for Slovene Animated Film Association, which is a professional association uniting creatives, producers, and also students, and those who are connected somehow with animated film in Slovenia. And on the international level, we are collaborating with more than 20 countries in Europe and uniting professionals coming from other countries, from their national associations, under the umbrella of CEE Animation, which stands for Central and Eastern European Animation. We are also part of other initiatives, and one of those is Green Animation, a relatively new initiative which was established between different partners, also Synergio and Green Film and the lead organization which is called EcoProd, coming from France. They are running the working group and all the different activities to support this green and sustainable transition of industry, focusing on animation. And I think it is the only initiative as such which is focusing and specializing in animation. So I would like just in a few words to present what we do there. So the need was identified, and this is that in many territories, mostly in the most developed European territories and most developed European audiovisual countries, there is the big demand from the public financiers, but also the other entities, to satisfy some standards when it comes to green policy and sustainability. And we found out that the expectation of those bodies is different from country to country. And also that in, for example, in our region, CEE region, which is very typical for very fragmented and small countries, small territories, there are no expectations at the moment, and that in the future, and this future is already now, this will be a very big obstacle when it comes to international collaboration, which is a very natural way of producing animated films. So the Green Animation Working Group is now trying to set up the guidelines and to build somehow the, let's say, political environment to standardize the green and sustainability expectation and goals and standards which are needed to be successful when speaking to public bodies, public financiers, but also in between private sector when it comes to different countries. We have been publishing some of those guidelines this summer. The animation green guideline brochure, which is very extensive actually, was published, and it consists all the typical and standard I would say perspectives on greening and sustainability. So it's environmental, social, economical, and all the other standard aspects and how to deal with. Then in C Animation we also collaborate with the green expert, and together with her, Valentina Huchkova, we established the Green Animation newsletter, which is, as far as I know, the only and the first one in Europe at least, focusing on animation film industry, and it is presenting every 2-3 months when we publish it, the news, information, trends, and different links to relevant topics, articles, websites, and other sources of information. The aim is to keep the industry and professionals informed, and this is something that we find as very important, because the whole this industrial revolution when it comes to artificial intelligence and digitalization is changing the ways of living and work and pipelines and everything very rapidly, and we think like the first thing we are in the capacity of is to try to follow and to gather the relevant information and to bring it to our community and industry. So this is the main thing that I have to share with you when it comes to our industry and green and sustainable approaches. But the other side is very practical, because what we do is that we organize a lot of supportive activities in the field of audiovisual and animation, and that means that we organize a lot of trainings and different other events which are in support of development and increase of animation. And through this, I and our team, we face a lot of very practical issues, a lot of case studies. We help a lot to different companies and creatives, individuals in the development phase of projects. So we deal with a lot of materials which are development materials, very common and very regular for the development of animated films. And I can say that we see more and more of use of AI tools, and this is the most, I would say, interesting thing, that we also don't see any patterns or standards there, because people are using very different AI tools and they use it for different purpose. But what I can say that the general opinion and outcome of it is that they are using it as a tool. So to help them maybe to develop the visual mock-up of the project, to search for references, to do some research and development with help of AI tools, to look for the references in different creative industries or cultures and so on. So it is very common to use it when it comes to the creative and development phase of the project. On the other side, when it comes to production, so when speaking about studios, producers, companies and so on, also people are more and more using AI tools for different purpose. And here, whatever you can imagine, to optimize the production pipelines, to collect materials and to help them with the AI tools to prepare the pitching materials, the project bibles, the presentations, all of that. Also then to optimize the workflow when it comes to different partners and to the pipelines. Also when they plan the distribution, and I think it is even more common that in the United States, in overseas, they use AI tools and big databases when it comes to distribution planning, where they analyze the frequency and the windows when theaters are full of audience, and what are the best and optimal windows to prepare the distribution and premiere and so on in theaters. So it is very commonly used, but again, there is no common standard or common practice as far as I see, at least on the European level, and people are using many tools that I even don't know. And in spring this year we had a conference dealing and focusing on animation industry, which was dealing mainly with the green and sustainable topics. And our keynote speaker, who is an expert in AI, she mentioned that there is around 600-700 different AI tools which are somehow useful in the creative industries at the moment, and it is increasing all the time. And just the last thing to conclude, I more than agree with all the previous speakers here and what was told. The topic is really broad, but just to mention that we also now try to implement a little bit of sustainability approach when it comes to business planning. So I would like to stress out that it is also very important for those who are operating as managers or individuals with copyrights and IP holders and so on, to follow the current developments in this field, to stay or to try to be informed about the progress and trends in the whole digital and AI developments, and that it should be also a part of the business plan and mid and long-term strategies for the future. In my personal opinion, this are just new, it is new terminology, it is not something new that you should be aware of the future, and you should follow the environment, business environment, economical, social, and all of that. It is like a bit promoted as something new, but we try to somehow keep people aware of the importance of follow this transition, this revolution, because always there are cons and pros, and there can be many pros also for our industry, but you need to be ready, you need to understand, and to follow on the global level, what does it bring.
Thank you, Mattia, and thank you. That's already a rich tour across very different disciplines. We can already see recurring themes, like I wrote down a few, in terms of transparency, the balance between innovation and human agency, ownership, control, increasing capacities, need for standards, maybe also free time somehow dissolving into capitalism. We'll go deeper into those, just also because Motovilla team asked me to maybe reflect a bit also from my perspective, so from the music industry. Just recently also to share some numbers again. The platform Deezer, which is probably the most transparent one in terms of communicating on their data, and I'm not saying that because they are French, but compared to the others, which are lacking transparency, definitely. They just published a study saying that 28% of all music which is delivered to streaming is now fully AI generated. So that's about 30,000 new AI tracks per day, because on those platforms it's about 100,000 new tracks, more or less, so like 30,000. And the paradox there is that a bigger and bigger share of the listening on those platforms is also being made by AI. So basically it's AI generated music which is being listened by AI, like to increase the numbers, and so it's like, yeah, it's hard to find the human in the loop on this. Yeah, machines creating music for machines. So in terms of standards, now it's the initiative of this platform that started tagging the content and excluding it from algorithmic recommendations. Also to make sure first that it preserves transparency and also protects, of course, artists and artist rights. And of course, we talked about this in the previous discussion also, but the algorithms also tend to reinforce existing imbalances. Echoing what Tanya was saying, also like the dominant norm is the one who is going to be mostly like dominant voices, which makes it harder for underrepresented artists or genders or genres, or regions to be discovered. But on the other side, what we tend to see also is that AI systems really struggle to reproduce like traditional music or even indigenous music, and that's really interesting, like those art forms that are somehow rooted in collective authorship, oral transmission, very deep cultural context. This is something that AI really, and like the emotions also, really struggles, and that's, in my opinion, really the areas where human creativity and diversity totally remains irreplaceable. So just with that in mind, and to continue the conversation here, where do we see, like, to continue also on the tensions and the opportunities that emerge from all of your sectors, but where do we see similarities? And maybe Tanya, I would start with you again. When we talk about this responsible use of AI that you mentioned, and what was common also to all your presentations, what this issue of transparency. Can you elaborate a bit on that when you started to mention, but what's really at key there, and how you're trying to have this European organization or like campaign, but tackling exactly this point of transparency?
Yes, I understand transparency in two ways. We are, in terms of the text, talking about large language models mostly. And in this large, you know that we have problems with remuneration and copyright. And I think we need to know what is in that models. You know, you need lists. We need lists because the exclusive right of authors is to opt out or opt in, but it's the exclusive right. So this is completely, you know, chaotic. Because you know that there are a lot of now legal cases in Europe and also in other parts of the world, because the large language models used actually stolen material. So this is one part of transparency. What is in that models and to list it. Because I think I'm not, I don't know how this technology really works, but I think it's not a problem to make it transparent. And the other side is what I mentioned with labeling products, which are, for example, some articles in internet, they have like AI generated or something like that. But in the terms of books, there is also very chaotic situation. So, because it's not, you know, our public libraries buy this stuff and they with public money. So this is also another issue. Should machine translated text be bought with public money, or and how is it with that public lending right? So we need also on the product the transparency. I know that publishers are talking about labeling books, but they are still figuring out how to do it. But these are two, I think, this because, and it's also for readers, for example, it's fair play, you know. They can decide. You can't prohibit, you know, reading machine translated books, but you can leave to the reader whether he will read, you know, human generated or human generated like books of authors and translators, or AI generated or translated book. And when I can decide, for example, if someone asks me, why should I, you know, read AI generated book, I know that it would be probably technically 100% good book, you know, but I would like to read a book of a human because of the whole process, as this was mentioned before. Also because with all this you know, background of a human, I really like to read something what an author has to say about with all these you know, emotions, and basically, you know, I don't need technically 100% good book.
Thanks. I would like to hear you both, Nate and Ivan, actually, maybe to react also on this notion of transparency. But I also, I think there's like a very interesting tension that came out from both your presentations between like this question of access, democratization, even that you both mentioned, and the question of control as well. And that's something which interests me a lot, and I would love to hear you reacting on that.
Yes, actually I started to teach robotics and AI in 2022, but with my artistic practice I started in 2016, and I started a little bit to the first time to experiment with the first AI models, and I realized pretty quickly that in using it for creating art, I felt this incredible imposter syndrome, you know, taking this kind of models that are making for you some kind of works. It's not my thing, and I realized also during the teaching stuff, it was like in 2021 with the rise of Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, so my students started to without critical thinking to use this kind of tools. And at this point, I decided to find a solution, or to find a way to integrate critical thinking in my courses. And I am lucky to use like AI on a software side and robotics on a physical side. And this is a perfect environment, teaching environment for to show the students and see the impact of AI on a software side on a physical way when they are constructing, building robots that they are responsive of AI models. So, and yes, I realized that we use during these courses like models that they are not fitting to our purpose or to my purpose or for my teaching purpose and artistic purposes. And yes, I then started to focus on this kind of small AI data model that's more transparent and it's more, you have more control on it. So you are creating your own data, and if you are like now finding on Hugging Face or on an open source website data model provider, you can see the difference between models that is not intended to be creative or used in an artistic way, and a model that I tailored for my specific artistic purposes. So, and there are a lot of problems behind using AI models that they are not intended to be for the creative sector or for artistic purposes. It's like spending a lot of time in software developing or trying to refine this kind of models that didn't work and identify then weeks, months later that is not the approach that you use. And this kind of attention to using AI, it's a little bit biased because we are living in a world when everything should be bigger and efficient and faster and so on. But in AI, especially in so specific use cases, mostly in an artistical way, if you are using like the most biggest and scaled models, sometimes it's too much, it's an overkill, and sometimes you cannot afford as artists to use it. So you should spend money for cloud solution, and they are super technical and you cannot use it. And nowadays we are living in a time that the hardware, also like following the Moore's law, that the ubiquitous computing, that the hardware that we have still improving, they having a lot of better performance, and the software solution, especially in training models, it's really optimized. So you can create now in days, basically, as not so much time. You can create your own model, test it, and this is also a practice, a good practice for artists in using AI as art material. So I'm an old-fashioned guy, so I'm thinking that as an artist, you should master the technology that you are using, like painter with the colors and all the techniques. If you want to work, especially to the students, if you want to work with AI, you should master this kind of technology and go behind the scenes of the technology, so learning coding. So I learn Python to the students on a high level, basically, but I try to create every time like a very good balance between coding and prompting and seeing what happens. And also deconstructing the outcomes that they have, like writing a prompt, having an image and say, is it the image that you want? Or it's too much for your use cases. So I then ask the students to reconstruct and say, what is too much? What do you need from this image? And I translating this in AI and robotics, like in the movements of the robot, in the data that we get in the robot. So most of the time we are working only with the face during these courses, and I show that if we are using like YOLO models that they are super optimized, really nice, but you get information from the background that you don't need, and you need a lot of power for using this. Yes, I will show this kind of discrepancy about the thinking, human thinking, that bigger models are the better one. In my case, it's not like this. So I'm trying to create this critical thinking loop in students and saying, okay, probably you should, when they are like deliver some uncreative stuff, say probably you should then
make some experiments in this way, and I ask all the time this kind of deconstruction in finding the best way for, or finding the best tool, or finding the best way for integrate AI in the art practice and not using AI for creating art. So,
Nate, I saw you nodding also. That's fine.
Yeah, I would like to answer the question about democratization. What I meant by it is that the AI tools are enabling us to create more complex things that we could do before, or maybe do it faster, which means that, for example, I could do the computer game, and there were a lot of 3D models created for it. And, you know, making this without AI, it would take a very long time. For example, also, why democratization? Because, let's say, small teams can create a feature film, like sci-fi feature film, which was maybe reserved for high-budget Hollywood blockbusters and so on. Now, a small team can maybe make even a better film, which will be more successful if they have good idea with AI tools, you know, with a very small budget. Meaning that actually it can change the dynamic, you know. It's more about the idea and more about, you know, how you make this happen than having the big budget for creating it. But on the other side, this also has a downside, because it means that it might mean losing a lot of jobs, right? I think that's one of the most pressing issues with the AI currently in the creative sector, is losing jobs. And because we don't need, I don't know, 3D animators and you name it, you know, location scouts and set designers and so on to create a shot, it means that a lot of these people are going to be left out, or they will need to somehow requalify, or like find a way to integrate themselves within the new process, which is very, very different, you know, different of making AI film. I mean, process of making AI film is completely different from a process of making like regular film. So yeah, this is a problem, and yeah, I fear it also. I can even see that for me it has bad consequences. So what I actually hope for is that we would use AI not as a replacement for human, but as a way to make things maybe better and more complex and more interesting, more immersive, and I don't know, responsive to the current situation, to the user, tailored to the user, and like, you know, to take advantage of all the interesting possibilities that the AI is actually opening, not just to replace some work. Again, this is also bringing a downside, because it means also hyperproduction, and we can circle here back to the environmental issues. You know, this like hyperproduction is the core problem of the whole capitalistic system, and the problem why we have so much pollution and why we have like all the environmental issues that we are facing right now. So again, as I mentioned, that's my stance against like this technology and many other technologies, and I think it's very, very two-sided. You know, it has good things, it has bad things. I don't know, and I guess we can a little bit compare it to invention of photography. Probably lots of you are familiar with this comparison. But back then, painters were mainly painting portraits of people, and you know that was the point of the painting. You know, to paint portraits of rich people. And then photography came, and all of a sudden they didn't have work anymore, because photography was capable of doing it in seconds, and that's it. And the painters were like, oh shit, what do we do now? And then from this emerged like a bunch of new art forms. The whole avant-garde happened out of it. So I think we are currently in a very stressful moment, which will shake everything completely. But I believe that something new will come out of it, and I really hope it will be good. Like, I'm also scared of it, as a person who uses it kind of daily. But I really hope it will be good in the end, you know.
Okay. Do I have 1 minute still? Oh yeah, I would love just to hear Mattia on that, and then of course I have way too many questions for the time, but I would love you to react to that, and maybe also to add something like, what do you think we would need in terms of, is it in terms of collaboration, in terms of governance, also to increase this awareness on the sustainability aspects of AI that you mentioned, and maybe would cross-sector collaboration could be a way also in terms of standards and what you were talking about. In 1 minute.
Yeah, I would like to share my thought, which is not directly connected, but indirectly to your question. And I think it is important because before I mentioned this business planning and all of that, which is important, so to foresee some changes and to follow, and so to understand the revolution and the changes and so on, and to react. But the other aspect, which is in a way collaborative and sustainable and very important in my opinion, especially from the perspective of our industry, but also from the others creative industries, is audience. And we haven't addressed this topic yet. I think it is extremely important because we understand and we know that this algorithm-driven curation of content and consumerism, when it comes to also to the kind of cultural content and all of that, is taking over through the digitalization, all the screens that we have, and so on. And what we would like to do is also, and we at some point we also do it in Slovenia at least, is that we give more of focus to the curation of the content, when the human is curating the content, and we would like to label it or to promote it somehow as the quality content, which is not always in sound with the mainstream, which is not always in sound with the high-end technology and all of that, because we believe there are stories, there are narratives, there are topics, there are artistic and mainstream approaches, which are important to educate especially, but not only, young audiences to become qualified curators themselves. And we think this is one of the skills which is super important for the future. Just with this understanding, knowledge and skills, we as consumers will be able to somehow decide what is appropriate content and what is the quality, not just content-wise in terms of story, but also in execution. What is the content that we like and why we understand also something which is beyond the mainstream and AI generated and recycled content.
Thank you very much. Sadly, we have to close, but I guess we can continue the conversation over lunch. Thank you very much, Nate, Ivan, Tanya, Mattia. I'm going to give the... to ask,
Considering the language, I think that the language is the most important in the moment and in the greatest danger. Why? Because language is identification of the nation. And what is language? Language is not the words which machine can transfer from English, for example, to Slovene, but the syntax. And the syntax machine cannot understand.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much, everyone. And I just give the microphone back to for the rest of the program.
Okay. So thank you for all the panelists, and I had a bunch of notes written down, and they almost seemed ridiculous to try and summarize all that. My job now is to kind of bring a conclusion to today's events, and what I would like to do is just respond from my very personal experience of listening to our panelists just now, and saying how much I appreciated and could really feel your effort and concerns and passions and fears in the work that you're doing and the way that you're approaching. So Nate, it's great that your work is giving us perhaps another narrative, a different view on things, instead of just taking the negative route and being overwhelmed by it, but kind of pushing against that to find that resilience, and also questioning at the same time. So you're still being discerning, using the tools and being creative, and really staying connected to nature, staying connected to people, to the process. And that's very important and something I think worth carrying forward. So as a message to the audience, let's build on that kind of concept. To Ivan, I was so taken by your approach of taking these kind of analog, traditional ways of communicating, understanding how we communicate through our facial expression, understanding how a love letter gets written, the use of old machines, very mechanical, the sound, the time that it takes, and having to wait. So you shift you're using the tools to shift back to a kind of almost a time that's disappearing, that's becoming lost, and you're trying to retain it and hold on to a certain perspective. So can we take that forward? Can we go forward with what do we really appreciate about the process of making art, about the way we communicate as humans, about the way we know how we feel about somebody based on how they look at us, how they smile at us, not the emoji they send us in a chat, but the sound of their voice. Do we know? We really appreciate that when we hear someone speaking, there's a little tremor in their voice that tells us they're nervous, tells us they really mean something. It's not an AI-generated, sterilized, predictable way of speaking. And Tanya, you're working so hard to preserve so many aspects of how we communicate, how we read the world, how we educate younger generations. The Dostoevsky example is so jarring for me. I have a 17-year-old daughter, and when she was a first-year high school student, they read Eugeni Onegrin in Slovenian, and I was like, why are they reading this Russian novel in Slovenian class? It was strange, and exactly this question of Dostoevsky brings us to the point of how do we teach our children what is valuable? How do we teach them what we value, and to carry that forward, and to know the difference between what is, again, this human vulnerability, this mistake-making creature that we are, that we are not perfect, that we are gritty, we are physical, we sweat, we bleed, we get angry, we are afraid, we love, So how can those things still stay in this moment where the technology is challenging us to keep that as part of who we are? And also the importance of taking a smaller language and upholding its need to be present. And this was also something, I'm coming from the United States, so I live here in Slovenia. In November, it will be 25 years. And when when my daughter was younger, I spoke to her in English, and everyone else around her spoke in Slovenian. And I found often that there were Slovenian books that I would end up reading to her in Slovenian that were translated from English and were actually better in Slovenian than in English, because they captured something through the translation, through this kind of process of digesting, understanding, reacting and recreating something that gave us a new experience that was missing even in the English. And I saw in this process how much language is so important in understanding who we are as people and our identity and how we connect to how we think and how we connect to those around us. So from that perspective, it's really important that we start to look at how can we label things? How can the audience, the user be aware? Not just we as creators, but also our audience members. And that's also something that Mattia spoke about. And it made me think about, okay, can we, even Dr. Finney mentioned this, how much slop, he says, the slurry of things that are being produced online and online content now. We need to be really proactive and exacting about when something comes up in the algorithm saying, no, we don't like that. Opt out. Yeah, opt out of of the algorithm that's pushing, recycled, regurgitated, machine-learned, machine-produced content that goes back into the same model that creates a closed, homogeneous, hermetic system, and go and push against that and say, nope, we want quality, we want to feel something, we want interconnection, we want our identity. And it doesn't mean that we're not interested in, okay, we want to see if we can create in a new way. We want to see how plastic our brains can be. So it's a dance, right? Nate is doing it, Ivan is doing it, Tanya is doing it, Mattia is seeing it in the new animated film creators that are coming and using the materials and trying to learn a new field. Some of them are very young, and it's like the shift of business models, production models, the creative process, the role of the audience. It's all demanding us what is our agency. That if we go back to a word that Marco brought up, how are we collaborating? What is it that we appreciate about our flesh and blood? So I don't know. These, I hope, maybe give some inspiration, rather than just regurgitating all the words that were said. I will just maybe give those 5 words that concepts that Dr. Finney put out when he talks about automation and questioning what do we want to be automated and what do we lose if we're only automating things. Yeah, it does have a role. Also, Dali spoke of how she likes automating things. There are certain things that are really great that you don't have to do, because let's say I have a lot of other more important things I want to do. So that's okay, but to be aware of it, to be conscious of that. Then understanding how augmentation can happen, because we have a new understanding of really complex, oversaturated data that we wouldn't be able to filter to understand other ways, but also understanding that filtering can be misleading, that it still requires us to be there in the loop. Then we have the next word, adoption. So what does it mean when we have so many tools available? Who's making those tools? Do we have the choice to build our own models? Is that something in the cultural field that would actually be a really great project? Could different organizations come together and build a model that is suitable for their field in music, or in the field of theater or libraries? Yeah? And how can we also understand the idea of authenticity? So again, coming back to what is it that we bleed for? What is it that we feel for? How can we keep that alive? And then finally, the idea of alignment. Does that align with our human values and how we want to be as a society and who we are as different cultures living in a world, a very complex world and a diverse world? So with that, I think I will close. And again, I would like to thank everybody for their participation, for sharing their stories and insights and fears, and wish you luck in this, in your endeavors, and also to connect again with each other, to reach out, to feel like you might not know, but you can still ask questions. You can turn up and be part of the conversation and still learn something and go forward. So thank you again to everybody.
And this, Jana, thank you also from the deep heart, you know, professional and also hearts from the Motovilla team and Keynote Atelier team for this tribute to a vision of this event, of our joint cultural and creative future. Thank you to our fantastic guests in this and in previous panel. And thank you to the audience here with us and also online for being here, especially for those who came, because this is, we know that you know we have to be in the loop. I think we put so much on table that we are ready for a lunch, but after a film that already Nate pitched so well, so we will have 12 more minutes of your time before we go out for lunch. But this is also a point where we say goodbye to our online audience. And after the film, you are kindly invited to have some food, so some energy. And for those who came from Ljubljana, after that, we are going also to see an exhibition of the Academy of Arts in Nova Gorica over the border, borderless border. So we are here, the team is here, ask us questions, and please, reflect on everything that was said today. Thank you for being with us.